Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Ms. Ribagatti.
Good morning, Commissioners. Commissioners, in the witness box we have Group Captain Daniel Drynan and Ms. Annalise Hilda. Might the witnesses been sworn or affirmed?
Group Captain Daniel Drynan, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Annalise Hilda, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you, Commissioners. By way of background, Group Captain Drynan is the Director of Future Logistics Capability in the Air Force, which position he assumed in January 2023. Prior to that, in January 2021, Group Captain Drynan posted to ADF headquarters as the Director of Select Strategic Issues Management, having been promoted to his current rank in November 2020. In January 2020, Group Captain Drynan was selected as Military Assistant to the Chief of Joint Capabilities. Before that, in January 2018, he served as Commanding Officer of No. 1 Recruit Training Unit. Group Captain Drynan has numerous other postings and a number of deployments since enlisting in the Air Force in 1995. Group Captain Drynan holds bachelor's degrees in Economics and Arts from the University of Queensland, a graduate certificate in Business from the University of New South Wales, and a Master of Military and Defence Studies from the Australian National University. Is that correct, that summation?
That's correct.
Thank you. Ms. Hilda is the Executive Director of Force Posture Initiatives in the Department of Defence, which position she assumed in January 2023. In this role, Ms. Hilda established the Chief of Staff function, which oversees the corporate and business management of the branch and develops strategic advice and communications, especially insofar as they relate to the United States Force Posture Initiatives in Australia. Prior to commencing in this role, Ms. Hilda worked in the Australian Defence Force headquarters, Select Strategic Issues Management, as Deputy Director of Assurance, and she did this for 12 months. In this position, Ms. Hilda provided decision assurance function to the Chief of Defence Force related to Select Strategic Issues Management. Ms. Hilda has held a number of other roles both within and outside defence. In 2023, Ms. Hilda attended the Australian Command and Staff course, where she obtained a Masters of Defence and Strategic Studies. Ms. Hilda, is that a correct summation?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioners, there is a tender list that pertains to these witnesses that might be shown. In this tender list, I particularly draw your attention to two documents, and they are the documents identified at items 12 and 13. I'll start with the document at item 13. That is a minute dated 28 September 2022, to which was annexed the document immediately preceding it at item 12, being the decision brief for CDF, titled SSIMAC 2204 tranche 1. Now this is the assurance check. This is the report that we will be addressing today. So I draw your attention in particular to those documents. I otherwise note three other documents to which I will refer in today's examination at items 20 to 22. They are reports into circumstances of death of a named defence member. They will be shown privately to you, Commissioners, and to the witnesses. They will not be shown to the public. I tender those documents.
Thank you, Ms. Ribagatti. So they'll be accepted into evidence and allocated the next lot of consecutive numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, you may recall that on the 23rd of June 2022, during hearings in Townsville, General Angus Campbell, the Chief of the Defence Force, gave evidence to this Royal Commission. General Campbell elaborated upon evidence that he'd included in his statement, his written statement dated 7 June 2022, and that statement bears the document identification DEF 9999.0011.0344. Now, in his written and oral evidence, General Campbell addressed, among other matters, how he and Defence use IGADF reports, findings and recommendations in relation to deaths of ADF members by suicide. If I might take you to 0395 of that report, and that's an answer to question 24. I won't invite you to read all of that, but by way of summary, in his statement, General Campbell referred to 59 IGADF reports concerning the suicide or suspected suicide of 57 ADF members since 2016. General Campbell gave evidence that ADF HQ had at that time an assurance task to analyse those 59 reports with a view to, and I'll quote General Campbell, checking individual cases and also conducting cross-case non-technical expert analysis to identify observation and insights with a view to understanding if any trends or themes exist. And I draw your attention in particular to paragraphs 156 and 158 of that statement. Now, similarly, in an answer to a notice, this document can remain on screen, but in answer to a notice sent to Defence being NTG Def 053, and that's dated 23 February 2023, the response, Defence has referred to the relevant assurance check, and it is described thus. It involved the non-technical analysis of 59 IGADF reports released between June 2016 and June 2022 into 57 ADF member suicides. And based on the content of the released IGADF reports, the analysis sought to identify gaps, risks, insights, opportunities, trends and themes. And this check is referred to as tranche 1 to reflect that additional tranches may be conducted in the future. So I'll leave that there and indicate to you that this session now seeks to analyse the work of the Directorate of Select Strategic Issues Management within ADF HQ in analysing those 59 reports, the assurance check that was subsequently produced, and the work that might be precipitated by reason of that report and its underlying analysis, and what can be done in Defence in response to that report. Group Captain Drynan oversaw the development of that report, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms Hilda was its author, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Hence their being before you today. I will take you through the document to introduce you to the report. If document DEF.1063.0001.0053 might be displayed, that's the minute to which I referred earlier, being item number 13 in the tender list. Now, this document is an ADFHQ minute dated 28 September 2022, and it refers to the report and its key findings. Paragraph 1 there, if you can focus on that, operator, refers to the work that was commenced in February 2022. And that reflects, as you'll see, the quotation to which I referred earlier from the Defence response and the work that was undertaken, and it's being a horizontal scan to identify those gaps, risks, insights, opportunities, etc. Paragraph 2 of this document, you'll see, Commissioners, refers to the report that was accordingly produced, and it is an annexure to the minute. And it is described there as a non-technical analysis conducted by SSIM staff, they're the people before you, with broad professional knowledge, looking at those relevant reports. Subsequent paragraphs in this minute, and I won't go through them in detail, summarise what those opportunities, trends and the like were. We'll explore those matters in the course of this examination. The report itself is entitled Analysis of IGADF Inquiry Reports Regarding ADF Member Suicides June 2016 to June 2022, and it's dated 7 September 2022. The report is an annexure to a decision brief for CDF stamped 12 September 2022 and entitled SSIM AC 22-04 Tranche 1 and the like. I'll just take you to each of those documents. First, if the decision brief might be displayed, that's DEF.1063.0001.0023. You'll see that document there, and you'll see, Commissioners, that has been signed off by General Angus Campbell, and a number of the items, recommendations, I might say, have been noted there. And the manuscript amendment that is identified on the document states as follows. Please pursue all identified opportunities at Annexure A with RMHSPB to lead on recommendation D annually, I believe. Now, Group Captain Drynan, would you be able to assist the Commission with that acronym, RMHSPB?
I believe that was the title at the time for the proposed new branch.
Thank you. Thank you. And then the relevant opportunities, they're the gaps, risks, etc., to which I referred before at Annexure A. You will find those, Commissioners, at page, let me identify the page. .0026 of that report, and we will return to those. Separately from that, the report itself appears immediately thereafter at 0027, and you'll see then as Hilda identified as being the author of the report, the person who prepared it. I'll now take each of the witnesses through the substance of the report, but commencing first, Commissioners, as an antecedent issue, an examination on the organisational structure and administrative processes in which the report found its genesis. So I might, Group Captain Drynan, commence with you. You are the Director of you were, I should say, the Director of Strategic and Sensitive Issues Management within ADF HQ.
Select Strategic Issues Management.
Thank you.
Sorry.
And if I misstate that at any point, please do correct me. Now, would you be able to assist the Commission by explaining in broad terms the role and function of ADF HQ?
So ADF HQ is a higher level organisational construct within Defence that has a number of elements, including the Vice Chief of the Defence Force Executive, and also elements such as Command Support Branch, where my directorate was part of. And that headquarters sits in support of the Strategic Centre of Defence.
Thank you. And then as to the Strategic and Sensitive Issues Management Team, would you be able to explain its role, function, structure?
So the SIM team within Command Support Branch is a team that consists of implementation staff, staff who plan, manage and execute the implementation of recommendations from inquiry reports, namely IGADF or Inspector General ADF reports, but can also be coroner's reports as well. So that implementation team is 2 people. Then there's also the assurance team that can then look back into specific cases at a later stage to make sure that what we said we would do has been done. And that at the time was a team of 1. There are now 3 positions in that team. And then the final element of the team is a legal team of 2 legal officers who provide command legal support.
Thank you. Now, tell me, I think I'll refer to it as SIM, as you did. Was that established in 2011? Do you recall, or is that within your knowledge?
So in 2011, my understanding of the organisational history was a Director General SIM cell was established at that time to manage whole of enterprise issues, and that at One Star had a small team that provided support to CDF and other senior leaders.
Tell me, would you please identify the types of issues that are generally considered select strategic issues? Are they just deaths by suicide or related deaths or something else?
So the term select for us refers to tasks that are assigned by mainly the Chief of the Defence Force, but can also be the Vice Chief. They will consist of reports into death by suicide. We will also receive reports relating to death by medical situations. We will also, when tasked, manage the implementation of complaints that are also being managed, have been investigated or inquired into by the Inspector General's staff. So there are a range of different inquiry reports that we will be involved in terms of determining implementation and assurance requirements.
Thank you. So is it correct to say that when for issues to be selected, they largely need to relate to deaths of members or complaints of some nature, or is there some other relevant criteria for the selection of those select strategic issues?
For implementation of inquiry reports, yes, it will normally be linked to matters that require enterprise level, so across a range of different elements of defence coordination, and relate to highly sensitive, serious and complex matters.
Thank you. Now, Group Captain Dryden, you were the director since about January 2021, that's correct?
That's correct.
And I think since October 2022, there are approximately 10 positions. So is that right? There was an increase from the number of positions you mentioned earlier?
Yes, we were able to achieve an increase in staffing of 4 positions.
Thank you. And is it correct to say that last year a data team was established within that group?
That is correct.
And tell me, what is within that team's remit?
So the creation of a Deputy Director Data and a supporting position was to better enable us to manage a range of complex and sensitive data sets so that we can better understand and inform both assurance activities and also our own understanding of the matters that we are tracking. And that was one of the particular outcomes from doing the assurance check of 2204, was that data is critical, and being able to get that staffing resource into the team was a significant step forward in our ability to conduct not just assurance, but also how we manage the implementation program.
Thank you. And I might come back to the question of data at the end, particularly as it might pertain to future work that could come out of the report that you prepared, Ms. Hilda. But first, if I could take you, please, to document being DEF.999.062.0001/4. This is the response that Defence gave to a notice that was issued by the Royal Commission. And in this response, there are various references, of course, to the assurance work task and the report. Are each of you familiar with this response?
Yes.
Thank you. If I could ask you, operator, to refer to paragraph 10 there, it states that SIM forms part of the broader defence strategic or sensitive issues management network, with complementary team functions located with Army, Navy and Air Force HQs, HQJCG and HQ Joint Operations Command. For the benefit of the public, HQJCG.
Headquarters Joint Capabilities Group.
Thank you. Now, might you elaborate on how those teams interrelate and share information, and particularly information of this nature that emanates from the SIM group?
So the SIM teams within the single services and in the joint organisations are critical for our ability to coordinate the implementation action that's required by Defence. So whilst they have slightly different functions because they are staffed and managed based on their organisational needs, they are our immediate interface into the services, particularly when we're starting to scope the implementation requirements for a particular inquiry report. So we have routine engagement with these elements to make sure that our connectivity is strong so that we can get the inquiry in respect to our work, that implementation process underway.
And is it just in the course of implementation that you engage with these other groups, or is it also sometimes in the course of the assurance function itself?
So it will depend on how we're doing the assurance work, whether it's that assurance check of an individual case or the horizontal scan. That will determine how we would interface with that particular group, or that might just be the opportunity to go into a certain organisation and then they would provide that entry point to speak to other areas that are relevant to that particular assurance check, particularly if it's an individual case.
Yes, and in the case of this particular assurance check, if I recall correctly, there was no engagement with these other groups within the network because you were looking at the documents, the IGADF reports themselves. That's correct, isn't it, Ms. Hilda?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. But when it comes to implementation, both with the IGADF reports and then also some of the recommendations that arise from this report, it's the case, isn't it, that beyond the network to which this paragraph refers, we have, of course, the units and the members' units and COs and commanding officers. At what point and to what extent are they engaged to respond to recommendations?
So we would not engage with at unit level from a ADF headquarters perspective. The accountable officer and action officer is the terms that are used in a select strategic issue implementation plan. That is normally at a 1-star or above level to identify who is actually carrying the responsibility for the implementation of a recommendation forward. How that is then managed within the single service, depending on the nature of the recommendation. As you'll see in the report, some of them are very strategic level, some of them are tactical level. That is internal coordination within that particular organisational structure, like the service. But we would then be interfacing with the accountable officer and the designated action officer for updates and determination of readiness for closure.
I see. So perhaps not in respect of this report, but other reports that deal with individual members and deaths of individual members, you will be dealing with an accountable officer within one of the forces, particularly where the recommendations, to the extent they're made, might pertain to individual or localised issues. Is that right? And then they filter it down?
Yes, that would still be in through the respective service.
Thank you. Now, as to the assurance process, and there's no need to display that anymore. Well, thank you very much, operator. I might instead ask you to go to 0003 of that page. And this, you'll see there, figure 1.2, that's a diagrammatic representation, I think, of what you were explaining before, Group Captain Drynan, is that correct?
Yes, so this is a way that I use to explain the relationship between all of the entities involved in the process. So we have a inquiry, we have a report generated that details what needs to be done. Implementation is then managed for our issues within the team. That then allows us to determine what we have done through the Select Strategic Issues Implementation Plan. And then importantly is the opportunity to then go back and check to make sure that have we done what we said we would do, and does that work still remain effective? The other linkage is when it comes to inquiries and reports is there is benefit in understanding if a recommendation has been made before and whether what worked.
What action presumably taken in response to it, is that correct?
What worked, and then potentially what didn't work in terms of if it wasn't implemented, why?
Yes. Now you'll see that there's a reference to Assure later on in the response to this notice, paragraph 23, and I think this reflects what you have just said, so correct me if I'm wrong, that after there's a response to the report, there is also ongoing assurance that will be undertaken whereby the Directorate will review the ongoing effectiveness of the implementation. That's what you have just identified, is it not?
That's correct. Prior to, I can add some detail if you would like.
Yes,
So
by all means.
prior to 2021, the implementation team and the assurance team were in separate directorates. Just prior to my arrival, there was a decision to combine the teams together, which was important, because what it meant is that by design, closure of a particular implementation plan doesn't mean the end of the process. So what we have the opportunity to do now is that when we close an implementation plan, a planned assurance check date can be identified on the closure plan itself. And so we are now populating, if a case is closed in 2023, we're able to start populating the forward work plan for 2025 so that things are not forgotten and the system is strong.
Yes, thank you. So as to this ongoing assurance function, tell me, is that conducted pursuant to a particular policy or process? It's done in quite a systematic way. Could you speak to that at all?
So the assurance framework that we use, which completion of 2204 helped, and a number of tasks last year helped to refine and finalise that. We basically look at two levels of activity, and it might be simple as a check of these are the recommendations, what has been done. That may indicate a requirement for a deeper analysis of a particular activity. That is managed through the assurance work plan, where we are able to, in advance, plan the year ahead from an assurance perspective so that nothing gets missed.
Yes, thank you. And to the extent you referred to a number of tasks last year, presumably did that encompass the report that we will shortly address?
That is correct.
And what else did it encompass?
So last year's work program had some ongoing assurance tasks that were extant duties of the team. It also had a number of individual case assurance checks to go back and see if the actions were still effective. So it was a range of checks and tasks and case checks.
And as to the implementation of recommendations, does that happen routinely or is it discretionary? And if some discretion attends that process, how is it exercised? Might you speak to that, please?
Could you just clarify what you mean by the implementation?
Well, when you're talking about the implementation of the issues that arise from the assurance checks that you undertake,
Right. Yep.
is it routine, or is there some discretion in the nature of the implementation work that's undertaken?
So it will depend on what is identified and who is best to then action it. We learnt a number of lessons in 2022 in conducting some of these checks, and that has offered an opportunity to understand how to better manage the process, and also how to present the information so that it is useful and usable.
Thank you. And could you please elaborate on those lessons?
So we're able to identify that the first process that we should be doing is a self-check of, if it's a policy change, we should be able to find that ourselves.
Yeah.
We're able to identify how best to do the initial self-assessment, then go into what areas of specific discussion needs to be conducted with the action area. These tasks are not inquiries, and they're not audits. We're going back to check if decisions, and that's the overarching nature of the function, is a decision assurance function. Has the decision been completed? So we're able to refine that process. We took on board, there was a 2020 report from the Commonwealth Ombudsman titled "Have They Done What They Said They Would Do?" That was insightful. And also we engaged with audit branch on how they conduct audits, and then adapted some of those processes plus what we'd learnt to build our framework.
Thank you. Now, in the course of his evidence, the CDF gave evidence that he receives 2 formal updates per year on open cases and the implementation status of IGADF report recommendations into deaths by suicide. And he describes these as updates as biannual ADF HQ SIM updates. Now, would you speak to those a little bit, describe what they are, and tell the Commissioners whether they only relate to IGADF reports or they encompass something more than that?
So the CDF update brief provided twice per calendar year, provide an opportunity to do a status check on all of the available information and the cases that are under active management. So that brief covers everything that's within the implementation team's remit, and also what we're doing from assurance perspective. And that information is aggregated to provide a snapshot of status. The report is also used as a mechanism for the approval and closure of implementation plans. So that is part of the mechanism as well, but that doesn't preclude the submission of implementation plans out of session effectively. But that is the purpose of the brief.
Thank you. So I take it from that it won't just relate to deaths by suicide, but any deaths presently within the remit of SIM, is that right?
So it will have the death by suicide cases, it will have complaints, it will have accidents, it will have the overview of assurance tasks as well.
I see. Now, CDF says that the brief is prepared by SIM staff upon input by action and stakeholder areas in defence as allocated by the Strategic Issues Implementation Plan. Now, would you be able to speak to the implementation? Now, on what basis are they made, and how a stakeholder area is engaged in the making of those allocations?
So just to clarify, the implementation of the brief or the plan?
Of the brief.
of the brief. So the Chief of Staff of ADF headquarters will send out a minute, so formal correspondence to the accountable officers that relate to the matters that will be presented to CDF for review, to advise them that it is time for updates. We will also have been engaging at working levels throughout the year, but it's the opportunity for that formal submission. And then that information is aggregated together and presented to CDF.
Thank you. And if I might refer you to def 9999.0062.0001 paragraph in particular, paragraph 21. Give you an opportunity to read that. So this is, of course, a reference to the report we're about to discuss regarding the 59 RGADF reports. It's described there, the relevant assurance check is described as a proof of concept for the reinvigoration of the assurance function. Tell me, why was it thought that it needed reinvigorating? Why was it a proof of concept? What was the existing difficulty that this sought to address?
So two parts to the answer. When we talk about reinvigoration of the assurance function, whilst it had existence since 2017, there were periods where the positions were gapped. That is a challenge for assurance because we lose momentum. So it was an opportunity to take forward some of the foundational work that had been done prior to our time, where they were looking to get an assurance framework embedded, to make sure that it was relevant for today and move it forward. So that was the reinvigoration part of the report. The broader, or the view across cases was extant guidance, particularly when I came in, and it was understood that yes, we want to have the decision assurance function that is to be retained. That is important, and that function should be capable of looking at individual cases, as we discussed before about future assurance checks, but also importantly the horizontal scan of all of the material to provide an aggregated and de-identified picture of what the information is telling us.
Thank you. And to the extent that you indicate that there were some restraints on the assurance functions because positions were gapped, by that you mean there was simply no one to undertake the task, or insufficient people?
The positions were vacant. Yes.
They were vacant. Thank you. Have they now all been filled, or are there still some gaps in that directorate?
My understanding is that 2 of the 3 positions are currently filled.
Thank you. Now, if I can turn to the Assurance Work Program Task 2022-04, that was conceived in ADF HQ at the CDF's direction, is that correct?
So, yes.
Thank you. And tell me, why was that work task established?
So CDF had provided a direction that, in addition to the requirement to retain a decision assurance function, that he wanted a specific understanding of the information that we have or that is available on deaths. And so this 2204 task was the number, the tasking, the mechanism to execute that particular requirement to do a horizontal scan of the available information. So we used 2204 as the reference number for that. And so the initial task was envisaged in as we built the assurance, well, as the assurance work program was built. But then in February 2022, when we commenced the work, when it was initiated, that initial period was really being able to define how we were going to do it. So we had what needed to be done, but we worked through how.
And in working through that how, did you need that initial period because this was this horizontal, as you say, analysis was new to the assurance function? Had it been done before?
Not for this issue. Some preliminary work had been done on another issue involving deaths of ADF members, but in terms of how we were going to do this particular task, that was required. We had to actually do that scoping of how are we going to get the outcomes that were necessary, which is what next, what needs to be done with the information that we've found, and then how would we present it.
Thank you. And tell me that the other task in respect of the other deaths. What was that? When was that undertaken? And in summary, Major, what did it pertain to?
There had been some preliminary work done in, I think, 2019, 2020, regarding, it might have even been slightly earlier, regarding deaths on operations.
I see. But this work in relation to deaths by suicide, that started in 2021, 2022?
So it commenced in 2022 in February,
yes,
but was part of the planning for the task in 2021 as we built the assurance work program and said this is a body of work to be done.
I see. And was that undertaken consistently with this Royal Commission in order to analyse what Defence knows about deaths by suicide of ADF members?
So I would say that absolutely, it's important to look into matters that are being looked at this level. But we had also done a significant body of work to contribute to Defence's response to the interim National Commissioner's work as well.
Thank you. And were you involved in that work?
I was. That was the focus of our work in the early stage of 2021.
Thank you. And Ms. Hilda, were you involved in that work?
In the interim national?
Yes.
No, I wasn't.
So your involvement started with this very assurance check?
Yes.
Thank you. So if I might return to the report operator and display DEF 1063.001.0023 at 27. Ms. Hilda, and I'll turn to you now. Might you explain to the Commissioners how the report was prepared? What was its methodology that you employed? If you could speak to that.
Yeah. So the methodology I employed to do the report was in 5 stages. The first stage involved reading the reports. They were the first time that I've been exposed to IGADF reports. And in that first initial reading, I focused on what basic data I could extract from those reports. And I built an Excel spreadsheet that was able to capture those data. That Excel spreadsheet was structured by the lines with the different reports and then the columns I added as I came up with new data sets that I wanted to capture. The second stage, or the second reading, focused on the reports themselves and the recommendations and findings of those reports and what I could learn about those. The third stage focused on reading the reports again for a third time, and in that I was looking for the likely factors related to the death by suicide, unacceptable behaviour, sexual assault and military justice system nexus. The fourth stage and fourth reading focused on mental health and what I could learn about members' mental health experience. And the fifth stage and the fifth reading focused on relationship breakdowns.
And tell me, how did you identify those areas of focus?
The initial direction I was given was to look at what I could learn in terms of commonalities. So that led me down the path of basic data and the demographics. I was also provided the direction to have a look at unacceptable behaviour, sexual assault and military justice nexus. And then the other, particularly the mental health and relationship breakdown, was just what I was picking up as focuses of the reports and thought that'd be interesting to drill into.
Thank you. And from whom did you receive that guidance?
From Group Captain Drynan.
Thank you. And tell me, the report is repeatedly described as a non-technical
Yeah.
analysis of the IGADF reports. And in particular, that description appears in the report itself at 0028, so the next page. What does this mean?
What it means is that I don't have a background in data analytics or in mental health or the issue of suicide. I'm a policy officer by background, so it was just referring to the fact that I was drawing on my general experience as a professional public servant to develop the report.
And would the report have benefited also from a technical analysis?
Potentially.
Yes. And if so, what sort of technical analysis might provide benefit?
So in the report, we recommended that it might benefit from both a clinical or psychological type background. So looking at someone that has a background in mental health issues could be useful, as well as a service understanding, so someone with a greater understanding of service.
Thank you. And tell me, do either of you know whether such an analysis has been undertaken yet, or is in the planning stages?
I'm aware that the technical analysis is in the planning stages, but I can definitely check the current status. But the reports have been given to a technical area for review.
Thank you. The Commission would be grateful for that, because I take it you don't know the precise timeline at this stage.
I don't know the timeline, no.
We'd be grateful for an update. Ms. Hilda, if I might take you now to the report and the limitations. So, operator, if you could just display the next subparagraph down, headed data sources, so that they've covered that the nature of the analysis was one broad limitation to the information or what could be drawn from the report. Another, I take it, is the data sources themselves. Now, what were those data sources?
So the data sources drawn on for this report were the IGADF inquiry reports themselves, as well as when those inquiry reports had an actionable recommendation, I also referred to the implementation plans for those recommendations.
I see. But in looking at those IGADF reports in particular, what you did not look at, I take it, is the underlying documents and data to which IGADF had reference when they were writing that report. Is
That's
that
correct. It was secondary source.
So in that sense, did that limit you to the extent you could analyse the accuracy of the IGADF reports? You couldn't compare it to their conclusions to what was put before them?
If I may clarify that my task wasn't to look at the accuracy of the reports, I was simply looking at what I could learn from the reports.
Certainly, but taking those reports on face value then, and having regard to the metes and bounds of your task, we don't know whether those reports ultimately were accurate. You can't comment on the completeness of the report because that wasn't your function, you were just presented with it.
Correct, I can't comment.
And nor can you comment on the appropriateness of the recommendations having regard to the information that was before IGADF.
Yeah.
Thank you. In the course of undertaking your assessment, did you have reason to undertake an assessment of the quality of the reporting itself, of the IGADF reports? So an internal analysis, an intra-analysis, if I can put it that way, of the reports and whether the information contained within them was internally consistent or not.
Sorry, could you just clarify that, rephrase the question a bit?
I will. Did you consider the reports for internal consistency or inconsistency when you were looking at them?
No, I didn't, because I found that each report contained quite different information depending on the person, so it made it a bit hard to do that sort of analysis.
I can understand that. If I might confidentially or privately go to one of those reports to be displayed only to the commissioners and to the witnesses, not to the public, that's IGD.0007.0080326. Now, this is a report into the circumstances of death in service of a named member. You will see, no, I trust that's not being shown to the public. The finding in respect of this report is at the bottom of the penultimate page, and that is that the death does not appear to have risen out of or in the course of the member's service. And therefore the recommendation is that no further inquiry into the circumstances of that member's death is required. Nonetheless, I'll refer you, Ms. Hilda, to paragraph 23 of that report. And you will see in the first line of that paragraph, it would appear that CJHLTH, which is Commander of Joint Health Command, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Seemed to identify a clear, in quotations, nexus, or at least partial nexus, part triggering of the mental health issue there described, and angst about transition, if I put it like that. In these circumstances, seeing that now, does that raise in your mind a question whether the finding and the recommendation made, namely that there be no further inquiry because there's no relevant nexus, i.e. the death does not appear to have arisen out of or in course of service, do you consider they might be appropriate or might warrant further consideration?
I find it very hard to comment on that because I'm not privy to all the information that the inquiry officer would have helped inform that decision that or the conclusion that they came to within that report.
Well, with that in mind, and I take it insofar as this is, I'll preface my question with this analysis has been identified as a tranche 1 analysis, is that correct?
Yes.
And what is meant by tranche 1 analysis?
So tranche 1 analysis is meant by, it was the data set that we currently used. The expectation when I handed this function over, when I left the position, was that tranche 2 would potentially look at new reports coming in future years.
So tranche 2 being another assurance check in the nature of that which you have undertaken in respect of other deaths by suicide.
Or potentially building on this current one.
I see. So then with that in mind, could it be the case that IGADF reports might benefit in some way from additional detail or additional detail of a particular nature in order to permit you to undertake a more thorough analysis, even the analysis that you have undertaken, it's not being a technical analysis, but also a technical analysis?
It's a hard question. I feel from reading the reports that each inquiry officer who did the report included information that they felt was relevant for the report. So it's hard when I don't know what I don't know as to what additional information they might have had that they didn't choose to include and why they then may have chosen not to include it. I did, and we'll probably talk about this, I imagine, at some point, but some of the data points weren't consistent across the different reports, so that potentially could have been useful to look at.
I see. So some consistency in data points and collection of particular items of data, yes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I might come to some particular examples of that. And in doing so, I'll refer you to your subparagraph C of your report, and that's data exclusions. And might that be relevant to the issue we've just discussed? Thank you. So you say in the report that the following data sets were not referred to in all reports, and by that you mean IGADF reports.
Yeah.
And the items of data you've indicated are length of members' service, service category, geographical location, subunit, relationship status, and civilian occupation. So do you consider that there would be a benefit if information of that nature were uniformly included in IGADF reports, a benefit for your future analysis?
Yes, I do.
Yes. And why is that?
I think it gives a more fulsome ability to do some analytics, and in particular just to make sure that there's no, so for instance with location, are there any particular hotspots that are potentially coming out that we can identify?
Thank you. And I think you also say then in subparagraph D of the reports, there is some partial data analysis.
Yes.
And that is analysis in respect of family perspectives. Thank you, I'm grateful, operator. The reference to relationship breakdowns, mental health issues, and military justice action. And when you say partial data analysis, it means it was identified in some but not all reports.
That's correct.
And I think in particular, and I'll come to this in due course, military justice action, I think, was it 14%? I'll come to the number, identified that there was military justice action. The balance was simply silent on that question.
Yes, that's correct.
So did that mean that it was difficult for you to know one way or the other whether that was the scope of military justice action?
That's correct.
So you had to make an assessment, is it correct, as to what issues were significant and what trends you'll be looking at across in the horizontal analysis you undertook?
That's correct.
And there's no criticism in that. You know, we fly with the feathers we're given, but nonetheless, it was a limitation on the analysis that you were undertaking.
It was.
Thank you. Is it? And Group Captain Drynan, if I could ask you too this question, do you accept that these are relevant data points that ought to have been captured by IGADF reports?
My view on that would be similar to what was mentioned before, is it is dependent on what the inquiry officer thinks is relevant, but there is scope in that to be definitive about inclusion or exclusion. That would be benefit.
And do you agree with Ms Hilda insofar as it certainly would have assisted in the analysis that was being undertaken?
Absolutely.
And tell me, do you know, has there been any engagement by SIM, by you or anyone else within the Directorate with the Office of IGADF to ensure that this data is captured in future reports?
So I commenced that engagement in late 2022 to talk through opportunities at the working level with the staff there, my equivalent there, on opportunities for enhancing the data presentation in the reports, including a case summary at the start, so we can very quickly understand whether something is in or something is out. That work, my understanding from engagement, is ongoing and is being worked at the staff officer level. But I can seek an update as to the maturity of that.
Yes, we'd be grateful. Tell me, Ms Hilda, in your identification, what was the process or the methodology that you employed in deciding to include certain data points in your analysis, notwithstanding they're not being featured across all IGADF reports?
So my methodology was, initially it was looking at what I felt would be obvious things to find in the report. So for instance, service category, a person's rank, age, etc. As I read the reports more and more, I began to understand the data a bit more and was starting to pick up certain things that I noticed across several reports, and that sort of drove them what the different categories were that I delved into.
Thank you. If I might turn now to another of the limitations in respect of this report that you've identified, and that was they appear at E and F of the report. So there's the references to regulatory frameworks, and then the purpose of the defence inquiries into ADF deaths. So first you say that regulatory changes over time may have affected the scope and breadth of the report, because the reports are obviously issued pursuant to the regulations identified therein.
Yes, that's correct.
And then you also refer to the purpose of the defence inquiries into ADF deaths. Now, it's true, isn't it, that the reports themselves vary in type?
How do you mean? Sorry.
Well, insofar as some are described as reports into circumstances of deaths in service, others are described into inquiries into the named member's death, others are reports into the death of a particular person, and then still others are reviews of deaths in service or reviews of circumstances of deaths in services. Are they different types of reports? Initial assessments or later inquiries? Does the purpose differ?
I didn't consider any significant distinction in those different types of reports. My understanding of all the reports was their purpose was to broadly look at, was there a defence nexus behind the death, and that sort of then shaped what information was then included in the report and the scope of the reports themselves. But as to then the very distinct categories that they may have fell into, I didn't pick up the nuances there.
I see. Well, if I can suggest this, of the reports, a significant majority are reports into circumstances of death. And you'll see identified there at subparagraph F, and there's a reference there to section 5, subparagraph A of the IGADF regulation. And this is picked up too in some of those, in each of those reports into circumstances of death. They occur pursuant to section 5A when the IGADF is required to inquire into the death of a member of the Defence Force, where the relevant death appears to have arisen out of or in the course of a member's service. And it examines the circumstances of the death and provides a report that advises whether further inquiry is warranted. So what these reports are an initial inquiry to identify that service nexus. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And then some other reports are more detailed inquiries into deaths, that nexus having been ascertained. Group Captain Drynan, do you have a view in relation to this?
So my view would be that certainly the inquiry officer would be making a determination on that service nexus scenario based on the circumstances that are being inquired into, and that will shape how the report flows from there and potentially shape how the findings then feed into recommendations.
So put simply, those initial reports limited in the detail they might contain because they're an initial inquiry into service nexus. once that nexus is ascertained, the reports might be more detailed to determine what aspects of nexus were contributory to the death in services of the member.
Yes, the only addition there, and I need to confirm, is whether there are recommendations that may also be offered despite a service nexus not being identified. I don't know.
Yeah.
Certainly. But I think insofar as some, and I might do this by way of example, though those initial reports into circumstances of deaths are undertaken to ascertain that nexus, they're relatively limited in the information they contain, and I may not, let me see if I can do this without going into individual reports. Some of the reports that you looked at, Ms. Hilda, I take it were only a couple of pages in length. They weren't very long.
That's correct.
And in saying that, I don't mean to suggest that they were all of that nature. It's not a representative sample, but they were certainly, the reports varied quite substantially in the amount of information they contained. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And was that one of the limitations with which you were faced in order to identify trends and issues horizontally across those reports?
It was, but I could also, in reading the reports, understand why some were a bit shorter in detail than others.
Yes, certainly. Now, as to the scope of the deaths analysed, the report pertains to 57 deaths, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
There were 59 reports?
Yes, that's correct.
Why is that so?
Because there were two, so in two instances, one had a supplementary report where a family asked that we looked further into the matter, and so a supplementary report was done. And then in the second instance, the original report was set aside and was replaced with a revised report, and this was also based on a family asking for further consideration on some matters related to that death.
I see, thank you. Tell me, insofar as where you've analysed 57 deaths, and that was the period from June 2016 to June 2022, are they the only deaths by suicide or suspected suicide in that period? The Commission might, I think, understands there may be some more, but perhaps you can talk to that.
That period covered from the June to June was when the reports were received. So it doesn't relate to the member's date of death.
I see, and received by whom?
Received by ADF headquarters.
Okay, so you're only looking at reports that you had in that period. There may have been other deaths.
Yes.
And to the extent that there were other deaths, they have yet to be analysed.
Yes.
Even if they were deaths that may have occurred in that relevant period.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Now, is there, you have mentioned further tranches. Mm-hmm. Is there a specific intention to review or undertake a similar analysis in respect of those further deaths, or what's the status of that? Maybe good, Captain Dryman.
So my understanding is that the SIM team will continue to apply the work done under 2204 on an annual basis, but that data will then be brought into the existing data sets, so we're actually building on the baseline data as things progress, and that will be done on an annual basis.
I see, thank you. And insofar as you're in a position, no doubt, to provide, or someone perhaps within the Directorate, given that you're no longer there, will be in a position to provide updates in respect of that ongoing work. Thank you. Ms. Hilda, I might now take you to some of your findings in the report, and I'll largely deal with them seriatim going through your report, and if I can start, please, with operator at 0031 of that report. Now this is 0031 in Def 1063.001.0023. This is a section of your report headed IGADF reports and that's paragraph 7 through to paragraph 10. And in this section, thank you, you identify the average times between the date of death and the release of the report.
Yes, that's correct.
Right. Then that's the release of the relevant IGADF report that you looked at. Now, that average time you have identified there is 575 calendar days. And that, I take it, because I take it from the next paragraph where you break down, you refer, for example, to permanent members, 610 calendar days. So the 575, that refers to permanent members and reservists, is that right?
It does, yes.
Okay, and then so for permanent members it was even longer, 610 calendar days. Do you agree that is quite a lengthy period of time between a death by suicide and the release of an IGADF report into the death?
I object to that. The number of days are the number of days. What you're asking someone to do is comment on a process that they may or may not have a full understanding of. As commissioners, you can draw your own conclusions as to the number of days.
Couldn't we be informed by an answer that took into account, for example, the need to take part in certain processes?
It assumes that the witness has a full understanding of what it is that goes into the construction of an IGADF report, when the evidence is that what she worked from was the completed report and not the underlying source material.
Well, that can be explored, perhaps by you in re-examination, or if you want to see if she's qualified to give the evidence, you could explore it now.
That's the first question, though, and that has to be established by counsel assisting, not by me.
Ms. Rubicotti, do you wish to say anything?
I'll make an attempt.
Sorry?
I'll make an attempt.
It's all right.
Well, I might put this question to you, Group Captain Dryden. Have you had involvement in the preparation of IGADF reports in any way?
No.
Are you familiar at all with any of the processes that go into IGADF reports?
The limit of my knowledge would be seeing the correspondence in terms of appointing people to conduct the inquiry itself, but the conduct of the inquiry, no.
Are you familiar with any aspect of the reporting of IGADF reports by reason of your engagement with the office subsequent upon this assurance check process?
So my engagement with the office allows an understanding of where in the system a particular report is up to, so that we have an understanding of what we might be receiving. And that may well include waiting for external review of a draft report, or there may be other matters that need to be finalised before this report can be released, and that may potentially be a coroner's hearing or some other event. But those elements like that can create delays.
So in that case, you are familiar, at least to the extent that you have indicated, with the factors that can contribute to the length of time taken to release IGADF reports. Is that correct?
Some of the factors.
Yes. Having said that, and observing that the majority of the reports reports into circumstances of death, so that initial nexus report, the short report. Do you agree that 610 days in respect of the death of a permanent member is a fairly long time for those reports to have been released?
I object for the same reason. He's familiar with some, and I notice we've switched witnesses. This witness is familiar with some factors. Coronial, for instance, has been raised, but not all, and on that basis, it's not fair to ask this witness to pass that opinion.
We aren't really bound by the strict rules of evidence. Do you wish to say anything further, Ms. Rubagori?
No.
I'll allow the question. It seems to me to be potentially relevant, and that this witness has laid some basis for explaining why this period of time may have passed. But I think he can still be asked about the length of the time compared to other circumstances he's observed in his experience.
And Commissioner, pleases.
My answer to the question would be that every case is unique and every range of circumstances needs to be explored based on the requirements and expectations of both the inquiry officer and then how the inquiry officer then engages, particularly for these reports, with the family. So it would be difficult for me to identify whether this is high or low or should be different, because the circumstances are the primary driver.
Thank you for that response. Just excuse me for one moment. Thank you. Now, when IGADF reports, when they're released, they go to SIM. That's correct?
They will be provided to the Office of the Chief of the Defence Force. He's the primary recipient of the document.
And a mandatory recipient of the document, I take it.
I'm sorry?
And a mandatory recipient of the document or
Absolutely.
Yes. And then is SIM then a mandatory recipient of the document thereafter?
For these types of matters, we will then receive them, yes.
I see. And tell me, how long does it on average take to go through SIM's assurance process before implementation plans are put in place and there's a subsequent assurance function that the recommendations are followed up upon?
So just to clarify, you're talking about the implementation side of the process?
Yeah, so once you have the report and there are recommendations and those recommendations are identified for implementation or implemented, is there a policy that guides the length of time that would take?
There's no policy. There are timeframes that we factor into our own internal planning process so that we understand how long overall this may take, but they will be heavily dependent on the nature of the recommendations. There will be some recommendations that can be done relatively quickly, but there'll be other recommendations that we see across a range of different reports that might involve changes to infrastructure, changes to information systems, which take time.
Yes, and is it the case that the length of time that is taken can vary, for example, on whether the recommendation has more of an enterprise effect versus an individual effect or a localised effect? Does that play a role?
So the nature of the recommendation, absolutely. So if it's something that can be managed at unit level within a particular unit, then that is different to an enterprise-wide change. And sometimes we will see reports that have a mixture of both. So then that will extend our ability to complete and close the work.
Yes, thank you. So to the extent that these reports take on average of say 610 days, or even if we take the shorter length of time, 575 days to issue, there will then, not invariably, but there will often be a further length of time on top of that before you make contact with your one-star colleague and the impact of those recommendations travels down to the unit, for example. Is that correct?
That is correct. There will be additional time.
Yes.
Sorry, if I could also add, sometimes the recommendations have already been implemented by the time they hit us, because often as part of the IGADF report development process, they will engage the services or relevant areas who will help identify what could be changed. And sometimes those areas proactively make that change ahead of the report being finalised and delivered.
I'm grateful for that remark because I was going to ask you a question in relation
Sorry.
to that. So that happens even before the report itself is issued. That engagement can be undertaken to ensure that certain recommendations are put in place. Is that correct?
So the area will proactively do that while the report's being finalised. So it's not a formal process garnering the implementation of the recommendations from that sense. But what it then means is when SIM receives the report with actionable recommendations, when we reach into the action area, they'll often say, we don't need to do anything further because we've already done it.
Thank you.
So just to add to that, so that is where you will see a standardised approach in the implementation plans on action to be taken. So it could be a recommendation could be agreed, a recommendation could be agreed, no further action. The recommendation could be modified, or the recommendation could be not agreed. So in that circumstance, you would see an agreed no further action placed on the implementation plan.
Thank you. I'm grateful for that observation too. Tell me, Group Captain Drynan, might I ask you to the extent that recommendations are not proactively implemented, but can take time before they go to the relevant unit or force. Do you have a view on the impact that can have on the ability for the unit or the CO to implement change?
So that, similar to my last response, so that's heavily dependent on how many of the recommendations are going down to unit level, and in those circumstances, a lot of that action has probably already been taken, because the units themselves will be looking to learn from the situation and change. So what we'll be doing in the planning phase. So when we go through our planning and our consultation and the approval phase, where there's connectivity needed between the strategic level and the tactical, there's an opportunity for the services, particularly the service that that is involved in the member's death, will be able to connect in with their units.
Thank you. Tell me, has the Directorate undertaken, or does it plan within your knowledge to undertake any analysis on the impacts on the length of time for IGADF reports to issue? So what is the drivers of those length of times? Is that something that is or might be the subject of your analysis?
Not that we analysed beyond those factors that I mentioned before, and I'm not aware of further work, but it could.
So, and when you say it could, that type of analysis would fall within the remit of SIM, is that correct?
It is potentially something that could be considered in a further tranche, but it will be heavily dependent on the individual case.
Yes, certainly. Thank you. Commissioners, I understand you might have some questions, so I might ask you to ask those if you wish.
Thank you, Mr. Ivanotti. Just in relation to the length of time it takes to complete inquiries, are you aware if there is a maximum set down or any rules in relation to how long it can take?
I'm not aware, Commissioner, no.
Having seen, well, perhaps if I can clarify, there's a couple of issues that you can correct me if I've got it wrong from your report that says that these issues are not included, such as the geographic location and the age of the individual. Is that right?
Definitely the geographic location was not included.
And the length of service?
Length of service wasn't included either.
Okay. Having completed this work, do you see any value in recommending a consistent set of issues that must be addressed in every report that seem to be missing in some of these cases?
I think that would be useful.
I mean, a geographic location, I would think, is important. What if all 57 were in the one place?
Exactly. That's why I think that would be useful.
The issue of identifying relationship breakdown, alcohol and drug abuse, mental health issues, while they may not be on the face of it directly related to service, there is that possibility though, isn't there, that these issues arose out of the person's service.
There could be.
Did you have any view about whether that was considered in these reports? Just generally?
From my recollection of reading through the reports, I don't recall that coming through strongly as themes. Those
So your sense is that they were treated as something that's not an access to service?
I don't think they were looked into in depth.
Okay. Just one other issue in relation to I just want to clarify again. So these reports that were examined were the ones that had been released in that period of time. So there may have been other incidents or suicides where the report has not been completed in that period between 2016 and 2022. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you. I have a few questions. Can I just clarify, first of all, whether the implementation part of SIM actually looks at other inquiries or reports other than those that involve a death?
Yes, Commissioner. They will also include accidents and complaints.
Okay, but not necessarily other reviews or inquiries. You're not kind of tracking the implementation of recommendations more broadly.
We also have tasking on occasion to lead the implementation of enterprise level reviews. So that may have been done by the Inspector General, so that they can come to us for the management of the implementation for those as well. So it's not just limited to individual cases.
But again, I'm asking reviews more broadly. You're saying reviews in the broad conducted by IGADF.
So we are not an enterprise response review team, no.
Okay. Can I just ask then, Commissioner Caldas asked and confirmed that there may have been other deaths that were not, the reports not received in that time. So can you recall what time frame the deaths occurred from? Because you received the reports between June 2016 and June 2022, but what's the earliest date of death and what was the latest date of death, just so I have a sense of what the range is?
Yep. So the earliest year of death was 2002, but that was a That was a bit of an anomaly. The majority started from 2014 through to 2020.
Thank you. And do you have any sense of what percentage of suicide deaths that occurred in that period between 2014 and 2020? Do you actually have any sense of what that number of deaths were? So I'm trying to kind of understand both how many of them, I guess, had IGADF reports and how many of them you actually saw within this particular analysis.
I don't, because I only looked at the IGADF inquiry reports, which come a period after that death. ADF headquarters SIM does not track current deaths.
But not
If
all.
that makes sense.
Not all. Do all suicide deaths have an IGADF report?
Yes. Yes, Commissioner.
So ultimately, all suicide deaths would have an IGADF report that made it to the CDF and to SIM.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's
There's just some that haven't quite made it into the data set yet.
Yep. And you talked before about the process whereby recommendations can be agreed but modified, not agreed. At what point is that determination made? So is that made by CDF or is it made at the unit level?
No, so Commissioner, a implementation plan is only approved by CDF. That will include the decision on the actions to be taken. That advice. So if there was a situation where a modified action had been proposed, so that we can get a better outcome, that would then need to be articulated and explained. And then specifically, if a recommendation is not agreed, then that justification would be submitted with the briefing pack to CDF for consideration. But it's a decision at that level.
So CDF makes the decision, but you've told us that some of the units have implemented recommendations before it gets to CDF.
For in some cases, they may well have taken local level action.
Right. So do you have a sense of what percentage might have taken action before it gets to CDF?
So based in the 2204 report, they identified 38 actionable recommendations, of which 12 of those were agreed as no further action, implying that action had already been taken by the responsible area. So about a third.
So is the wording different if the action's not agreed? So if the CDF decides not to agree with an action, it's not listed as no further action?
That's correct. It's then listed as not agreed.
Okay. And do you have any understanding why there had not been any such analysis prior to 2022, given that SIM was established in 2011?
So, Commissioner, for a specific task like this, the only other similar task that I was aware of was the one mentioned about death on operations. My awareness was that it was a body of work that needed to be done, and so in 2021 looked to take forward the work of the previous teams to get this done. But for specifically for this particular task, the focus appears to have been on individual cases as opposed to a cross-case scan. That's my understanding of the history prior.
But from your awareness, there had been no previous analysis in the aggregate of suicide deaths.
Not like
through
this.
SIM.
No, not I'm aware of, Commissioner. No.
Right. Which I must express some surprise about, given that the issue of suicide had been in defence had been on the radar, so to speak, for a number of years prior. But I know you can't speak to that. Can I just understand, do you have any understanding why you were given the instruction to focus on unacceptable behaviour, sexual assault, nexus to service, mental health and relationship breakdowns? Do you have a rationale as to why you were directed to look at those things?
So I can answer that, Commissioner. So they were areas that had been considered in discussions on the post-vention process, and those types of themes appeared to be strong areas to look for nexus below service nexus. So I asked to have an understanding of linkages with unacceptable behaviour, military justice linkages, and also that differentiation between strategic and tactical recommendation, the nature of recommendations. Okay. So they were specific areas that I said would be worth looking into.
And can I clarify what your understanding is? Well, firstly, whether there's a definition of nexus to service. Is it defined with some criteria? And if it's not, can you give me your understanding of how we should understand that term?
I think, Commissioner, we take it from the regulations.
Yes, that's correct. So in the report, I've noted that any connection between the death of a member and their service in the ADF, see Regulation 5A of the IGADF regulation, which requires the IGADF to inquire into ADF member deaths where the death arose out of or in the course of the member's service. So that's how we define service nexus.
I guess the reason for my question is that I have seen a couple of IGADF reports, and if I am remembering correctly, and I do stand to be corrected, but in one instance, the statement was effectively this person was serving when they died, therefore it's arisen out of or in connection with their service. Clearly that is not the interpretation in every case. So I'm just wondering, you know, how I appreciate the words arisen out of or in the context of, but that's still obviously quite a subjective, group of words.
It is, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Can I just ask a further question in relation to the data points within the IGADF? You've said very clearly they varied within the reports. The Defence first established a defence suicide register, I believe, in about 2014, which, as I understand, had some service points. Was there any attempt to look at what was recorded or required in the Defence suicide register and then what was actually in the IGADF reports in terms of the data points?
Not for this analysis, Commissioner, no.
Has it been done since?
Not that I'm aware of, Commissioner.
Okay, and I think I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas.
Can you tell us whether any consideration was given to extending the analysis beyond IGADF death by suicide reports to any information about attempts at suicide?
Commissioner, we don't routinely manage that type of information within the SIM team, but definitely to understand a holistic picture, you would be there's an opportunity to combine the information from these reports with incident reporting, and that's where we offered the observation of understanding the work environment part of the situation to provide a holistic enterprise analysis product. So yes.
So it was considered?
It wasn't considered, but But in work that can complement this work, that would be important sources of data.
So where would that data come from? Not through IGADF?
That would most likely come through internal defence incident reporting, and then that would be aggregated and managed within the service, within the single services, and that's work within the respective service SIM teams that they have access to that data.
And do you know whether work of that sort is done?
I'm not aware at this stage, Commissioner, if it's done.
I'm not aware either.
You're not aware either. Thank you.
Just one other issue, if I may. Was it in your charter or remit to look at whether the recommendations out of these inquiries, what their status was, whether they were actually carried out or not? Was that something you looked at?
I did look at their implementation status, yes.
Just in a comment, what would you say?
Let me just refresh my memory here for a second.
Sure.
So I don't think I captured it in my report as to where implementation was at. I have captured where some of them were at, and they were in various stages. So some had been completed, some were still in progress, and some were still yet to be considered by CDF in terms of action to be taken.
Can I add to that, Commissioner? So
Sure.
this gets back to the process and the system that the plan can't be closed until we have the evidence to present to CDF. So it will remain open, and that's where we now have the assurance check in the future to be able to go back and determine effectiveness.
I appreciate that, but could it not be the case that some recommendation may be pressing or urgent, where something is clearly needing to be acted on? Is there a process for that to be expedited?
That would be I guess a recommendation by recommendation approach, and if we needed to get after something, we would work through with the or the accountable officer to get that done.
Thank you. Mr. Ribagotti?
Thank you, Commissioners. Might I suggest that we explore the topic of recommendations a little bit further, noting the time, and then take a break, say in about 15 minutes, 10 or 15 minutes. And in that connection, Ms. Hilda, you referred in answer to one of the Commissioner's questions to I think it was Commissioner Brown, of the 13 of the 59 reports, there were 38 actionable recommendations, and of those actionable recommendations, it was said that 12 were described as agreed, no further action. Now, you have said, you said in the evidence you just gave, it is implied that those recommendations had already been acted upon.
Yes, that's correct.
And indeed, you state that in the report itself, as action had already been taken by the responsible area to implement the recommendation change. Tell me, do you know that action had already been taken, or is it, as you say, it was an implication you drew?
I knew that the action had been taken because I deliberately went back through the implementation plans and looked at what action had been taken.
I see, thank you. And those plans record in each instance not just the action to be taken, but what was taken and when it was taken and by whom it was taken.
Yes, and when CDF agreed that the action had been completed.
Thank you. Now, I note that of the reports, of the 59 reports, 17 reports included a finding that the death arose out of or in course of the member's service in the ADF. And yet only five of those reports contained actionable recommendations. Might you comment on that? And why was that?
The only comment I could offer is that the recommendations were something that I felt the inquiry officer doing the reports felt there was a gap that needed to be addressed. If there wasn't an action coming out of those reports, I took that as the inquiry officer had not found anything that needed to change as a result.
Notwithstanding the inquiry officer having identified a nexus with service.
Yes.
And do you consider that is an area in which that further investigation or further attention could be given by the Office of IGADF to further consider why no recommendations ought to be made in those circumstances?
I object to that. There's an assumption contained in the question that action was warranted and this witness can't know.
Let me rephrase the question. And for what reason did you say that factor that you've identified in your report warranted further investigation?
Sorry, I'm not sure I understand the question.
I will take you to the relevant part of your report. You say in your conclusion, this appears at DEF.1063.001.0037 at paragraph 39, subparagraph E. Some observations may benefit from further analysis by technical or subject matter experts, and among those subjects are the fact that 17 reports included a finding that the death arose out of or in course of the member's service in the ADF, yet only 5 of those reports contained actionable recommendations. Why did you call that factor out as warranting further analysis or consideration?
I called it out because I thought it was an interesting point that could benefit from further consideration. I don't have an opinion as to whether there should have been something there or not.
And why did you consider that an interesting point for consideration?
I found it interesting because the report came to a conclusion that there was a defence nexus, yet they apparently didn't find any gaps or anything different that defence could have done in that circumstance. But again, I offer no opinion as to whether there should have been or not. I just thought it might be interesting for someone else to also have a look at that.
I see, thank you. And insofar as we've referred to those 13 of the 59 reports that contain those in total 38 recommendations, I take it then that the balance of those reports, the remaining 46, there were no recommendations, is that correct? And to assist you, I'll take you to another paragraph. If you go back to paragraph 15 of your report under actionable recommendations.
Yes, the balance of the reports I did not think had actionable recommendations. From memory, most of those recommendations were that no further inquiry was required.
Yes, and when you say you don't think they had, from your observation at the time, that they had no actionable recommendations, is that correct? Thank you. Tell me, have there been instances where the action taken by defence is different from the recommendation made by the IGADF? Perhaps Group Captain Dryden, you can speak to that.
So on occasion, so the answer is yes, on occasion the recommended action will be modified for a range of different reasons to make sure that we can get an appropriate outcome, that we can action it. And there have also been situations where additional recommendations have been included on the implementation plan.
I see. And by way of example, might you explain to the Commissioner circumstances giving rise to modification? I'm not talking about the whole suite of circumstances, but by way of illustration.
Example where a recommendation has significant specificity over who should do something, but that position or function no longer exists in the format that it did during the inquiry. So we reallocate it and redescribe the implementation action relevant to the contemporary situation.
I see, thank you. Now, Ms. Hilda has identified in her report that of the 38 actionable recommendations, 2 were not agreed by CDF. Does CDF provide a reason for failing to agree with IGADF recommendations?
So my observation of when a not agreed position is put forward by a implementation stakeholder or an accountable officer is that will be presented to CDF in the brief with an explanation of why that position has been presented, and normally with supporting documentation so that he can make an informed decision.
I see. And how is that decision recorded?
On the decision brief presented to CDF.
I see.
And will also be captured on the approved implementation plan.
I understand. Now, of the reports with actionable recommendations, Ms. Hilda's identified that 15 are yet to be considered by CDF. Why is that so?
So those related to 2 reports that had just been received by the SIM team as I was doing the analysis. So at the time of finalising my report, those 2 inquiry reports which contain those 15 recommendations were still being digested and worked through by the implementation team with stakeholders in order to put the recommendations up to CDF.
And have those recommendations now gone up to CDF?
I not knowing the specific cases, but I would suggest that that information is from middle of last year. So those cases would have moved forward, but we can certainly check.
We can make inquiries, thank you. And then just finally, one more further question on the question of the recommendations prior to the break. Now, you mentioned, this is a question I addressed to you, Ms. Hilda, in relation to the 46 reports that contained no actionable recommendations, or no recommendations. Were there no recommendations because the findings in those reports was that there was no service nexus?
I don't believe that's the case, no.
And that isn't the case because we've already, I think you've identified that in some cases there was a service nexus, but nonetheless there has simply been a decision not to make a recommendation. Is that correct?
I think it's more because there were also reports that had found no service nexus, yet contained actionable recommendations.
I see.
So I don't think there is a correlation.
I see. Thank you. I might take a break now, please.
Thank you, Mr. Rigotti. We'll break for 15 minutes then.
Thank you.
All rise. Royal Commission is adjourned for 15 minutes. The Royal Commission is resumed. Please be seated.
Thank you, Commissioners. Operator, if we could return please to DEF.1063.001.0023. This is the report we are considering. And Operator, if I could ask you to turn to paragraph 39 of that report. That paragraph relates to, as you'll see there, Ms Hilda, conclusions regarding demographics. In particular, you'll observe that what is said there, that overall from the reports reviewed, there do not appear to be significant trends or commonalities in demographics or relevant factors in the deaths beyond what is already available in other studies, and you list some there. I just want to explore the robustness of that conclusion with you, given that, as you've already indicated, some significant demographic data points were excluded. Do you think it's fair to observe that instead of saying there not to appear to be significant trends or commonalities, perhaps the better approach to say, given the limitations in the underlying information, it did not permit you to draw a conclusion in that respect?
Or a partial conclusion, yes.
Yes. And if we could now look at some aspects of those demographics, one of those, we can turn to variability of age of death. Now, the report compared the age of death across the services, and I think you found that 73% of members who died of suicide in the Army, for example, were aged between 18 and 35.
Yes, that's correct.
That's right. And that percentage dropped to 50% in the Navy and 38% in the Air Force. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right. Are you aware, and perhaps this is a question for Group Captain Dryden, whether there has been any analysis undertaken consequent upon that finding to understand what risk factors might contribute to those significantly higher rates of younger people dying by suicide in the Army?
Not that I am personally aware of, but I would see that as an element that feeds into the contextual analysis that we proposed in the decision brief for CDF, where we're understanding from a service perspective what these outcomes actually mean from their perspective.
Thank you. And does that answer apply equally to to length of service, and to the extent that that demographic data point was not really has not been considered in the large majority of the reports to which Ms Hilda has had regard? So
I think that would form part of that service contextual analysis of understanding some member's career.
Thank you. On the topic of transition, Ms Hilda, this is at subparagraph C. I'll obtain the relevant paragraph to which it relates. I'll have this pulled up by the operator in due course, but let me read it out. In respect of transition, it is said that where a medical employment classification was specified, 52% had such a classification of either J3, J4 or J5, that pertained to 16 members, and 45% were considered or in the process of transitioning. 45%, that's 14 members. For the benefit of the public, perhaps Group Captain Dryden, whether you can answer this, those classifications, J3, J4, J5, can you say what they are?
So that would be an employment classification allocated to a member based on their medical circumstance, and it may include long-term rehabilitation or right through to someone who is preparing to separate from service.
Thank you. And Ms Hilda, did you regard those as service-related factors?
Sorry, what do you mean?
In considering whether let me put it this way, in considering the analysis, in analysing the IGADF reports, did you identify first in the reports that these aspects of transition or medical classification informed the question of service nexus?
No, I didn't consider that.
To the extent that the reports themselves did not identify transition or classification as relevant to service nexus, do you consider that that is something that should be analysed in future assurance check reports, or indeed in IGADF reports in connection with that topic of service nexus?
So just to clarify, my analysis focused on what the reports found to be the relevant factors. So if a report did not identify that they felt that the medical classification of the member was a relevant factor, then I didn't include that as a relevant factor in my analysis.
I see. I'll leave that there. On the topic of service nexus, and we have addressed this in part now, the assurance task report itself did not define a nexus to service, did it? You did not seek to identify a particular nexus to service in your report.
No, I didn't.
You relied on what was identified in the IGADF reports, is
Yes,
that correct?
that's correct.
And in some instances, so for example, you have identified other relevant factors such as relationship breakdowns. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, but they were factors that the report identified as what they felt were relevant factors.
I see. And the report themselves identified those factors as being as giving rise to a nexus to service. Is that correct?
Yes, or to being a relevant factor to the death in general, regardless of whether it was a service nexus or not.
I see. But the reports themselves, and you did not undertake any analysis, did you, as to whether there were aspects of service that somehow played a role in those relationship breakdowns, for example?
I'm sorry, there's two questions in that. It's referring to the reports themselves and then the analysis that this witness did. She needs to be directed to which of those she's to answer.
I'll start with the reports themselves and your observation of those, and then I'll move to your analysis.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes, so when it came to relationship breakdowns, for example, it was the case, wasn't it? Let me just remind myself of the question.
37,
Yes,
right?
that's right. Well, turning to your report, you did not, other than what you saw in the face of the IGADF reports, undertake any assessment of relationship breakdowns generally, and whether they gave rise to whether there was a nexus to service underpinning those breakdowns.
In my analysis, I drew on the data in the report, and if it had a sentence or it made a reference to why they felt the relationship broke down, and sometimes it was a direct quote of a family member or a colleague, other times it was a sentence written by the IGADF inquiry officer that indicated what they believed to have been the reason. That's where I drew that statistic and that information from, but I didn't apply any additional interpretation or analysis above that.
And on the question of relationship breakdowns, I think you found that 49%, is that right, of the reports identified a relationship breakdown?
Yes, that's correct.
And they were largely described as not being service related.
Based on the available information, because a lot of the reports, particularly related to relationships, didn't note why the relationship broke down.
I see. So it wasn't. So absent that information, it's not possible to say whether or not there was truly a connection to service that underpinned that relationship breakdown, was it?
That's correct. In 12 of those reports, there was no detail as to why the relationship may have broken down.
And tell me, Group Captain Drynan, is the concept, the topic of relationship breakdowns, is that something that will inform future analysis? And I'll ask that question and leave it at that.
Yes, and that's consistent with pursuing the opportunities and the themes from the report as directed by CDF to work through the next layer of understanding that complex issue.
And consistently with that, Ms. Hilda, I think you identified that 50% of the relationship breakdowns that were identified were attributed to members' mental health issues, anger issues, or domestic violence. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the Commissioner's heard evidence, I think you might recall, Commissioners, from Dr. John Lane, that anger and subsequent aggression can have significant long-term consequences for members, including poor mental health outcomes and poor behavioural health outcomes, and also interpersonal domestic violence. As a consequence, will that too be another issue that will be considered in further analysis?
I think that the outcomes from this report, combined with other research and review activities being conducted by Defence, there's an opportunity to bring that together in terms of what program of work that looks like. I can't speculate on that, but this report provides a number of areas that deserve or can assist us in understanding if we pursue them.
Yeah. And as to those areas, another significant area for consideration, is it not, Ms. Hilda, is as a risk factor of mental health issues, I think you identified?
Yes, that's correct.
And please would you tell the Commissioners what you have identified in your report from your analysis of those mental health issues? I might be able to assist you in that regard. Is it the case that you identified that mental health issues from 61% were the predominant relevant factor?
Yes, that's correct.
In the relevant deaths by suicide? And was it also a case that it was an issue that was often not presenting in isolation? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And of those 61%, was it the case that some 66% were known to be receiving mental health treatment around about the time of their deaths?
That's correct.
And was it also the case that some 51% had been assessed for risk of suicide within the preceding 12 months?
That is correct.
Is it also the case that some 83% had what I think you've identified as comorbidities? And by that, you have identified, I think, relationship breakdowns and chronic pain, injury, or illness. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I believe also you have identified of the reports some 32% of members who died by suicide had experienced both mental health concerns and relationship breakdowns at the time of death. Is that right?
That's correct.
And I take it, Group Captain Drynan, this is another suite of factors that will be considered in the further analysis that will be undertaken. Is that correct?
In pursuing the recommendations from the report, then there's definite opportunity to delve further into those factors.
And tell me, Ms. Hilda, you identified these as the relevant factors yourself, did you not, in your initial analysis of the report, of the IGADF reports?
I drew those factors from where the IGADF inquiry officer in their report had identified them as the relevant factors. So they would usually be a summary statement in their reports or sentence that would wrap it up and clearly identify that that is what the inquiry officer found to be the relevant factors.
I see, but in circumstances where the majority, the significant majority of the reports were only those initial assessment reports, SLIM reports, not full inquiry reports, it may be, and you do not know, that those factors were also present in relation to those particular members.
I could only work off the information contained within the reports.
Because in those cases it was not reported, given that the nature of the reports. Is that correct?
I can't comment as to why it wasn't reported, because it could be just a case that they weren't a factor that the inquiry officer found, and therefore that was why they weren't included, but I can't comment on that.
But certainly the percentages that you have identified are identified directly from the IGADF reports. It may be that those percentages are higher, but you just don't know. That's a baseline that's identified in the IGADF reports. Is that correct?
Potentially.
Yeah. And then of the other factors that you have identified, I believe that you've identified chronic pain, injury and illness as a relevant factor.
Yes, that's correct.
And again, you've identified that as those factors, pain, injury and illness, as relevant based on what has been identified in the IGADF report.
That's correct.
And as to those factors, you identified that some 19%, is that correct, of people who suffered, members who died by suicide suffered from chronic pain, injury or illness?
That's correct.
And then on that connection, Group Captain Dryden, again, this will be a further area for subsequent inquiry.
It's an opportunity for further inquiry.
And in particular, do you consider this as an opportunity for inquiry because it tells you something about the need to engage in monitoring of physical injury?
So my answer would be that any one of these factors alone or in combination, we need to understand how they interrelate with each other, and then particularly how that then delves out of our lane into the healthcare provision and support. But this report provides an opportunity to deep dive on specific factors that have been identified through these reports that can then be potentially cross-checked with what the health system is already aware of and the research and reviews that are consistently going on, and some of that incident reporting data that we spoke about earlier as well. So there's a range of data points that can be used.
Certainly. And then as to chronic pain, injury and illness in particular, is it the case that this report at least shows some correlation between that and death by suicide?
It shows that it is worth doing further review of that particular factor to understand what is going on with our people.
Thank you. And you'll recall, Commissioners, in the evidence yesterday, Captain Ian Young in particular identified a connection between physical injury and pain and subsequent mental ill health. And do you accept that some reasons for the need to engage in further analysis of this factor in particular is because it will inform strategies, preventative strategies, and strategies for rehabilitation?
Yes.
Tell me, Ms. Hilda, of the other factors there, we see that you have identified that some 18% of members had, you say alcohol there, is that a substance abuse issue in respect of alcohol, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And similarly, you identify there 16% had concerns about their ADF career. Now, what is not listed there, and I can see, is a reference to military justice action. But that is referred to in paragraph 25 of the report at 0034.
So that list that you were referring to before, that was only a sort of the top, I think, 5 factors. In Annex F, I actually drew out all the factors in a graph, and that has about 12 to 15 factors, of which military justice was one of them.
Of which military justice is one. But on the topic of military justice, you'll see that there you've identified that 8 of the 59 reports, some 14%, they identified the member had faced some sort of military justice action. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct.
But of course, it's the case, isn't it, that of the remaining reports, they were silent on the issue.
That's correct.
And it's the case too, then, as some of these other issues that could in fact be much higher. You simply did not know.
That's correct.
Were there other factors that you did not? Let me identify some other factors and tell me whether you considered them based on what your analysis, or you identified them as risk factors for death by suicide. Did you observe in the reports that factors such as low job control, so autonomy, did that appear in any of the reports as an issue for the individual members?
Not to the best of my recollection.
Exposure to traumatic events or materials.
A few reports reference PTSD related to work on operations. I couldn't comment in any more depth to that, though.
And similarly deployment related risk factors, is that correct?
That's correct.
And did any reports reference things such as declining performance or high stress work demands?
From the best of my recollection, a couple did.
And some reports, and I think I referred you to one at least earlier today, referred to transition and aspects of transition.
From my recollection, the reports, when they were referencing transition, it was more members thinking about it rather than the actual process of it that seemed to be the cause of concern for them.
I see. And these are not factors that you identified in your report as risk factors, are they?
A couple of them were, but if I can just clarify, the factors that I identified in the reports to come up with the factors relevant to the deaths by suicide were what the IGADF inquiry officer stated that they felt were the factors. I did not apply any additional interpretation over the top of it. I simply just pulled on what the inquiry officer in the report noted as what they felt were the relevant factors in that situation.
Yes, I understand that. So that's why you didn't identify those particular factors, because they weren't called out in the individual reports.
Exactly.
Yes. And again, I take it, Group Captain Drynan, in the course of future analysis, factors to the extent even if not called out in the underlying IGADF reports, to the extent that will there be a review of these reports to identify other factors to the extent that they haven't, even if not identified in those IGADF reports?
Do you mean will this group be
Re-reviewed?
Re-reviewed. So they will be reviewed from a technical perspective. So that's the next phase of work.
And will that technical perspective be confined to the factors that have been identified by virtue of Ms. Hilda's review, or will it effectively be a review de novo from the beginning, looking at the whole of the reports again?
I object to that because this witness has stated that he's not qualified in the technical space and won't be conducting the reviews. Not sure he can talk about what other people are going to do.
Do you want to respond?
This witness might have some information in that respect.
I can't hear you, sorry.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, witness may know the nature of
Well,
the
you
report.
could ask him, I think.
I can ask him.
You can ask him if
And
he
he
knows.
either knows it or he doesn't.
Yes.
So I do not know specifically how that program of work will be pursued, but we do know that there are opportunities and trends that have been specified for further consideration. So I would expect that they would be included.
Thank you. Now, within the report, Ms. Hilda, you note at the end a number of recommendations.
Yes.
And you see those recommendations. And I might ask for the operator to bring paragraph 43 of the report onto the screen. Group Captain Drynan, to the extent that it's within your knowledge, are you able to comment on the extent to which each of these recommendations has been implemented?
So for the recommendation at the first recommendation at Alpha, those reports have been transferred, and that is the and that timeline is what I've taken away as a task to confirm.
Thank you. So just for the benefit of the transcript, that subparagraph 4A refers to a transfer to JHC, being Joint Health Command. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. And that's for that Joint Health Command to consider conducting technical and SME. What does SME stand for there?
Subject matter expert.
Thank you. Analysis to verify and further understand the trends. Tell me, in respect of that, do you know whether the further analysis that's going to be conducted by JHC, will that be conducted together with or separately from analysis conducted with the SIM department, or you don't know the process?
I don't know how it will be managed as a program of work, but I do know that the SIM team is going to continue with their non-technical aggregation of data, but how those two work together, I don't know what the plan is there.
Thank you. Now, as to the following recommendation, that is obviously a recommendation directed to JHC, so it's not within your department, but do you know the extent to which that analysis has been undertaken, or the timeline that attends it?
No, I don't know the status of that, but I would suggest it is going to be closely linked with recommendation Alpha.
Thank you. And then as to the following recommendation for C, it's that the report be provided to the services to consider conducting a contextual analysis based on each member's service history and the like. Tell me, in the first instance, has the report now been provided to the services?
The report was provided to the services, yes.
Do you know, or have you received an update as to whether that contextual analysis has commenced, or the timeline that attends it?
No, I have not.
Thank you. And you have indicated, I believe, already that the report has been provided to IGADF?
That is correct.
Yeah. And for that purpose, cross-checking and internal use. Now, in the decision brief opportunities, there is referred to there, and I'll take you, operator, to DEF.1063.0001.0023. There, an opportunity is stated that business practice enhancements within the office, IGADF, to ensure key data and information is included in all inquiry reports. Now, this is a topic I think we have just been discussing earlier, has it not, about those data points?
That's correct. It's the same topic.
And will there be any follow-up activity planned by ADFHQ in respect of the inclusion of those data points in subsequent IGADF reports?
So that's the subject of current engagement between SIM and the Office of the Inspector General.
Thank you. And it is also said at recommendation 2E, if I go back to the previous, that appears at 1063.001.0023 at 24, and this is of the decision brief, that ADFHQ lead development of an internal information sharing process to enable enterprise analysis that would be presented to your CDF's approval prior to implementation. And that's also picked up in the further action to be undertaken. Can you tell the commissioners what has happened in respect of that process?
So that process has been, is my understanding, is the process has been finalised in terms of ensuring that the appropriate document control and access provisions are in place because of the sensitivity of these particular reports. Now, I'm not aware if that was presented to CDF for a decision or whether that was worked out. My understanding is it was worked out between the two at Director General level so that we could get the reports moving as long as they are securely stored and access restricted.
Thank you. Now, as to you're aware, aren't you, that a new Director General position of a new branch has been created within the Defence People Group?
I am.
And Brigadier Caitlin Langford has been appointed as the Director General of the Mental Health and Wellbeing Branch.
I'm aware.
Miss Langford, Brigadier Langford, has given evidence that she does not know, or she did not know about the assurance check report prior to its being brought to her attention by this Royal Commission. And she also, Brigadier Langford also gives evidence that upon becoming aware of the report, she held a meeting with SIM representatives on the 19th of April 2023. Were you present at that meeting?
I was.
Are you able to indicate to the commissioners why the report was not made available to Brigadier Langford prior to it's been brought to her attention by the Royal Commission?
I'm unable to answer.
And tell me, insofar as it relates to that new Director General position and the new branch, what was done with the report? Did you provide it to anyone else in that branch?
Not specifically to that branch as far as I'm aware in terms of report distribution, because it hadn't been established when the initial distribution of material was conducted. So it went to the addressees that are on the documents provided.
My recollection was that the report was provided to the AS of WHS branch, who at the time we understood was leading on establishing the new branch. So in that respect, we felt that we had provided the report to the relevant area who was responsible for helping establish the new branch.
Thank you. And tell me, the meeting that you attended, Group Captain Drynan, who else was in attendance?
Myself and Miss Hilda was in attendance. The current staff that have been assigned to the branch, the new branch, so that those staff members attended.
Do you recall who they were?
I don't recall their names off the top of my head.
How many people were on that staff?
There were, I think there were two. I think it was two from that staff. Some people dialed in. There was a representative from WHS team within Defence People Group.
And who was that person? Do you recall?
I don't recall. I'm sorry, no. And then there was the member who took over from me and the member who took over from Miss Hilda.
And who are those members who've taken over from you and Miss Hilda?
So Colonel Michelle Mason took over my position.
And Ms Julianne Ellis took over my position, but several months later.
Thank you. And of course, Brigadier Langford was present at that
She
position.
chaired the meeting. That's
At
correct.
that meeting, I should say. And you accept, though, that in order to develop a new defence and veteran mental health and wellbeing strategy with which Brigadier Langford has been tasked, it's fundamental that Defence understand the health and wellbeing issues faced by Defence personnel.
I agree.
And you accept also that that understanding is gained by monitoring such as and analysis such as the task undertaken by Ms Hilda under your supervision.
I agree.
And you consider that the assurance check report is one instance of significant information that ought to be considered by the new branch.
I concur.
Thank you. And just to understand the reason for its information not being shared, did that relate to the timing of the institution of that new branch?
That would be my understanding.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown.
I have just one question at the moment. I understood you to say that there's going to be further non-technical reports from SIM in relation to suicide deaths. We understand that there is a technical review process to be done, but we're not sure where it's at. And we know the report went to the services for what would be the kind of technical service-related review. And service and health are to come together and talk about what they've found. I guess what I'm trying to understand is, will your future non-technical reviews take into account any of the advice from the technical people, or are we going to, going forward, continue to have 3 separate streams of reviews required forevermore?
Commissioner, I think my view of how this should come together would be that that there's a fusion point between the different areas, because the different perspectives are powerful and are important. So that can come together, and that is then going to, so those will contribute to the annual reporting that CDF directed on the brief. So you should see an aggregation of all of that information, but that is still there's still work to be done to understand what that looks like and how that will actually be done.
So do you have any sense of when that first annual report of that nature might be due? When could it be expected?
I don't know, Commissioner.
And just one last question in relation to the non-technical. Ms Rubigotti was referring early on this morning in relation to the different types of IGADF reports, some being the initial kind of assessments and then some being the fuller reports. Will the future non-technical report take that into account and endeavour to differentiate the findings coming from the different types of reports? Because potentially it is potentially a little bit misleading if they're just treated as being the same thing when in fact they're not.
That is certainly an option, Commissioner, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas.
I've no further questions, thank you. Thank you for your evidence.
Mr. Fordham, any questions?
No, thank you.
Mr. Fraser, if you're there, any questions?
No, thank you, Commissioner.
Ms. Rubigotti, any matters arising?
Nothing arising.
Okay. Are the witnesses to be excused from their summons? Yep.
Please.
Thank you for your evidence today. We appreciate a lot of the things that are on our mind are not within your knowledge, and therefore there will be others ask questions. I think, out of what you brought today. But we appreciate your preparation and we appreciate your evidence today. Thank you. You're excused from your summons to appear today. If there's no other issues, we'll adjourn for lunch.
Indeed. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
All rise. The Royal Commission is adjourned to 1:15 p.m. to 2:15 p.m. The Royal Commission is resumed. Please be seated.
Afternoon, Mr. Singleton.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This afternoon's witness is Justine Gregg, the Deputy Secretary of the Department of Defence. We do have a hard finish at 4:15. I'm presently planning to stop at 3:45, giving you 10 minutes each on average, but if you want more time, you tell me when to sit down. Ms Gregg is giving evidence via video link. She's present on the screen and I'd ask that she now be affirmed.
Ms Gregg, if you could please stand. Ms Gregg, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Ms Gregg, could you give the Commission your full name?
Justine Elizabeth Gregg.
Are you a Deputy Secretary with the Department of Defence?
Yes, I am.
And in particular, are you the head of the Defence People Group?
Yes, I am.
I'll ask the operator to display the tender bundle for this session. I tender the documents, those which are marked in the usual fashion as confidential tenders will be tendered in that way.
Thank you, Mr. Singleton. They'll be accepted into evidence and allocated the next lot of numbers.
Ms Gregg, subject to some corrections which you've so far identified, and I'll come to in a moment, are the contents of your statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and ability?
Yes, Mr. Singleton.
And have you supplied a table that lists a number of, for the most part, minor corrections to the statement?
Yes, I have.
All right. Commissioners, based on discussions I've had with my learned friends, we anticipate that perhaps a revised version of the statement making these corrections may become available, in which case a substituted tender may occur, or we may end up tendering this list. It's a matter that can be dealt with later.
Thank you.
I should point out, Commissioners, that the statement, which is a long one, addresses many topics. Only the topic commencing at page 87 is the subject of today's hearing, and Ms Gregg is scheduled to come back at a later hearing.
Thank you.
Ms Gregg, do you understand that today's examination will focus on matters pertaining to the establishment of the Mental Health and Wellbeing branch within the Defence People Group?
Yes, I do.
The establishing of the branch and the position of Director General, which leads the branch, is occurring pursuant to a decision made by the Chief of the Defence Force on the 6th of June 2022, is it not?
That is correct. And that brief that the Chief of the Defence Force signed was also agreed to by the Secretary of Defence.
I'll ask that the witness's statement be displayed. The numbers DEF quadruple 90087 0001. And I'll ask now that we proceed to page 104 of the statement. On page 104, you respond to question 54 that was posed to you, which deals with an SSIM assurance check report, which was the subject of some evidence this morning. When did you first become aware of this report?
So I was aware of the report when it was in a draft state. Major General Wade Stothard had been provided a draft by, I believe, Commodore Caton, so Chief of Staff, ADF Headquarters. So I was aware of the draft and I did look at the draft. So it would have been around August last year.
And when did you first become aware of the CDF's direction made on the 14th of September last year that further work should be undertaken in respect of this report's contents by the new branch?
In February, Mr. Singleton. So I can expand on that period of time if needed.
We may come to it at the later hearing or later in the day. You've described this work as critical work. Was it are you aware that the existence of the assurance check report was not made known to the Director General of the new branch until she was asked about it by the Royal Commission?
Yes, I am aware of that.
Is it not unsatisfactory that this critical work ordered by the CDF was delayed so long?
So the findings in the report, in terms of the focus, Mr. Singleton, particularly on factors that were particularly common to in the 57 cases relating to relationship breakdown and also mental health problems. You know, that, and I think I say it later in my statement, that those findings really do align or even confirm the AHAW report. So in that way, I saw them as very consistent. Work in terms of addressing risk factors has kept going, but I do see that Brigadier Langford should have had access to that report earlier.
Yes, and is has there not been somewhere in the organisation a breakdown, given that the CDF directed that what you describe as critical work took 6 months to get to the place where he directed the work should be done? There's been some breakdown somewhere, has there not?
Yes, I agree.
Is there some mechanism of accountability to find out what happened and deal and perhaps respond to what happened?
So once I was had a copy of the document, the CDF directive that you're referring to, I did follow up and find out in terms of those that were on the address list, and I discovered that I was not on the address list, and I followed up in my group. So Head People Capability was on the address list, and I asked him whether he had seen the final report, and he explained to me that he had not seen the final report. So I asked him in terms of, you know, how that occurred, and he has looked at improving his office arrangements in terms of documents, and he has at that point since then provided it to relevant areas within his chain of command.
Has the branch, the new branch that's being set up, been assigned the resources that are estimated to be needed to do this critical work arising from the check assurance report?
So the check assurance report identifies very important opportunities, and it is those opportunities. I think in the annex, they're well explained in the annex to the brief. Those opportunities, many of them, in particular, the fusing, Mr. Singleton, of information as it pertains to the report itself, the technical analysis that the brief and the report recommends that Joint Health Command with the right expertise undertake, and also that the services look at contextual analysis. That the fusing that the branch will need to undertake is dependent upon those inputs. The evolving nature of the branch, and I imagine we will talk about that as the session progresses, it is my absolute intention that in time for that fusing exercise in particular to be undertaken, that the branch will be fully resourced to do that. When I look ahead, the mental health and wellbeing strategy with DVA, that will be completed by the end of the year for launch in 2024, at which time I expect the other pieces of work that I've just touched on will have been completed. But I do see it's more than that, that the role of the branch is to do that fusing exercise, but it's greater than that. And it is about looking at the upstream. It is about looking at the upstream factors around mental health and healthy workplaces. And it's that piece as well that the branch, and I can talk at length on this,
Yes.
that the branch...
Perhaps you could wait for the question on this. We will come to the broader functions of the branch. I just asked you whether the branch has yet been given the resources thought to be needed to do what the CDF directed, and I think your answer is to the effect that it has not yet got those resources. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct, and they will have the resources at the right time to undertake the work that's needed.
Well, what's the right time?
The right time for the resources. So by the end of this calendar year, my understanding from talking with ADF HQ with their implementation plan for that report is the technical analysis will have been completed, the contextual analysis, so that this branch will be resourced with the expertise and the people to enable the fusing exercise that I've explained.
So the answer to my question was by the end of this year?
Yes.
It is within your remit as Deputy Secretary to reallocate existing resources to undertake the work now, is it not?
The work that I've described, the fusing, can't be undertaken right now because it's dependent on those inputs. But yes, and I would like to add that as of 1 July, in addition to the arrangements with Joint Health Command and the transfer of resources, that I have allocated 10 APS, ASL we call it, but 10 APS roles for the branch. But I am also expecting, well, I will be going forward once the branch functions are fully defined in September, October of this year, potentially with a larger resource bid. But 1 July, 10 ASL.
When
Sorry.
You've indicated that the resources will be in place by the end of the year, and then presumably the work will commence. When do you expect the work that the CDF directed will be finished?
So I think there are elements of this through the mental health and wellbeing strategy development that will happen this year that are highly pertinent to this piece of work. So I did want to add that. So my discussion with ADF headquarters as recently as last week was Q1 2024.
All of the things identified by the CDF as things this branch should do to follow up on the check assurance report, you think will be finished in the first quarter of 2020. Sorry, was that 2024? Did you say?
So the fuse. To clarify, I think the very main undertaking that is absolutely critical is the fusing of the report findings we're discussing. The technical analysis that Joint Health Command has been directed to do is required to underpin the work, as is the contextual analysis by the three services.
So when are you saying all? I just didn't hear. I think you said Q1 or Q4. in 2024.
Sorry, quarter one, Mr. Singleton, sorry.
Right, and is that
Quarter one,
in the calendar year 2024 or financial year ended that?
calendar year, so beginning of 2024.
So all of those things you just listed, you anticipate will be finished by 31 March 2024.
Yes.
Has that been communicated to the Director General of the branch?
So the Director General of the branch has been working with headquarters, the ADF headquarters, who have the lead
Sorry,
on.
because we're finishing very promptly today.
Right.
Perhaps you could just tell me whether the deadline has been communicated to the Director General.
I believe so.
And who did the communicating?
Why I say I believe so is the implementation plan as it stands from ADF headquarters is still in draft. So it has not been finalised. My conversation with them as recently as last week was quarter one 2024.
So, and no deadline's been set?
Not beyond that.
Just putting the check report aside, do you agree that for some time Defence has been unable to bring a sufficient focus and coordination to mental health, resilience and suicide prevention?
Sorry, can you just repeat? There's one word I just missed there, sorry.
Yeah, no, do you agree that for quite some time Defence has been unable to bring sufficient focus and coordination on the issues of mental health, resilience and suicide prevention?
I think, Mr. Singleton, I would say that the focus is there. I think the coordination is what we are trying to improve.
All right. How long has the focus been there?
The focus on suicide prevention.
Yeah. How long is that? You think it's there now? How long has it been there? Sufficient focus.
Sufficient focus. I would say I'm really thinking through this answer because in one way I do see the 2018-23 mental health and wellbeing strategy and the suicide prevention programs that have really flowed and improved since then. But I maintain that greater focus is still required.
And of course we could always have more, but is it your position that there is sufficient focus? Because that's what I heard you say a moment ago. Is it the case that you think there's sufficient focus but not enough coordination?
I think there needs to be more focus. I do. Oh. And hence I am absolutely committed, and there's been many steps to make sure we get this right in terms of the formation of the new branch.
The new branch is a key part of Defence's plan to achieve sufficient focus and coordination, is it not?
Yes, yes.
Yet the branch, in your estimation, will not be mature until January 2025, correct?
That is correct. May I explain a couple of key factors that I see are really important to help the Royal Commission and understanding this?
Yes.
So where I touched on coordination, we have for some time been looking at risk and protective factors. It is just essential that we address the risk and protective factors more than we have. There are areas, and I'll use people group as the example, but it's not the only example. There are areas in people group who have continued to address some of those risk and protective factors. For example, we know a lot about the Joint Transition Authority. The Commission already knows much about that. In terms of the Defence Member and Family Support Branch, heavy focus on families and increasingly on how to support positive relationships and so forth. We also have the area that looks at family surveys, trying to understand the metrics, and then importantly, most recently, significant gains in terms of how we're trying to look at psychosocial risk through the wellbeing factors and the data sharing arrangement with DVA. This is all happening with much intent to improve how we look at those risk and protective factors. The branch will form an absolutely critical not just a coordination point, but a way of looking at better synchronisation of these things to support the ADF, to support the data and the feedback loops and the opportunities. So this is I think it is complex, and in looking at bringing together this assurance and deeper understanding and coordination of the upstream, and that's what we don't have, and hence my previous answer in terms of focus. It really is in this preventative upstream wellbeing focused area, and this will take some time. This will take some time to ensure we get it right, and it's too important to get it wrong.
Have you heard of are you aware that the Australian Commission on Safety and Quality in Healthcare conducted a study of over 400 suicide deaths in the ADF and produced a final report on that topic in November 2021?
Yes, and that was a key component of Bernadette Boss's research and report, as I recall.
Does the new branch have a copy of that report?
I'm not sure, Mr.
Have
Singleton.
you taken any steps to ensure that it does have a copy?
So in terms of the resources that the branch and the branch head has, I have ensured, or no, that's the wrong word. I've asked that all branch heads with experience, both in people group, in Joint Health Command, talk with Brigadier Langford to ensure she has the information that she needs. And the last period of time has very much been her researching, understanding what is a fragmented or complex area across the department. So I've relied on others. So I have relied on others, some more expert than myself, to ensure that she has the information that she needs.
Which of your branch heads has a copy of the report?
Look, I would have to come back to you on that. I don't think I could be confident in answering that today here.
Can you be confident that any of them have a copy of the report?
I would imagine that head people capability and also the previous Director General of what was the Defence Community Organisation, certainly as we were doing work around the time of the Interim National Commissioner's report, this was certainly a topic that I had discussions with Joint Health Command on myself at the time, and I believe at least the previous head people capability did, and the previous Director General, I think.
What was the problem that the creation of the new branch was calculated to address?
The problem that the new branch was created to address. Okay. So there are two main pieces to me best answering this. So firstly, Joint Health Command, had a focus on health clearly and technical authority for suicide and suicide prevention. As more contemporary research as we were learning more and more from the Productivity Commission work, with the establishment of the National Suicide Prevention Advisor, more and more it was this emphasis on upstream prevention that really touches on, and I think our wellbeing factors are a good indication of that, in terms of it being far wider than or trying to ensure that those protective factors are part of the institution, part of how we create positive and healthy workplaces in the prevention of mental health issues and suicide prevention. So it was those two factors that were paramount. Also, in terms of the role of each service and trying to assist in a more coherent research evidence-based way, certainly the conversations that I'd had in the department, including with the CJ Health, were around the importance of setting up an area to focus on this. Also, giving the department and the ADF an officer accountable for mental health and wellbeing that was clear to the organisation.
When did Defence first identify the existence of the problem you've just described?
So I can talk from my own point of view first.
All right, well, let's just deal with you. When did you first identify this problem?
So I think I talked in my statement around early conversations in 2019 with around the time of the Productivity Commission report into a better way to support veterans. And that report did talk a lot about the importance of wellness and taking a wellness approach to looking at the health of the organisation. Following that, in the following year or so, as we were really trying to look at the priorities in People Group, in Joint Health Command, it became clear that there wasn't the coherency that we ideally needed. And it was a matter at that time that I did have conversations with the CDF and others on the importance of a specific area and role.
Well, do you accept that the ADF has widespread cultural and systemic problems that have unnecessarily contributed to poor mental health in some of its members?
I think I heard the question. Can you just repeat the beginning? Sorry.
Absolutely. Do you accept that the ADF has widespread cultural and systemic problems that have unnecessarily contributed to poor mental health in some of its members?
Look, on what I know, it's not widespread, but I agree with the premise.
Let me just be quite clear about it. I'm not suggesting that the mental health problems are widespread, but that the issues that cause it in some are widespread. Do you accept that the issues, including cultural problems, are widespread?
Sorry, I think the question's been asked twice in two different ways. I just asked my friend to reformulate it and put it once so that it's clear what the witness is to answer.
The question focuses on the existence of the problem that leads to poor mental health. Do you accept that those problems are widespread?
I don't want to be difficult, but I think my friend, if he's going to ask a broad-ranging question like that, has to actually identify the component parts that make up what he calls a problem.
I thought he had to some extent, but referring to widespread cultural and systemic problems that have unnecessarily contributed to poor mental health.
Yeah.
He needs to spell it out in more detail than that.
I would say yes, but that's certainly more directed than the last question.
Mr. Singleton, what do you say?
I began by putting specifically a question that referred to widespread cultural and systemic problems being ones that led to poor mental health outcomes. That solicited an objection because it was too, as I apprehend, essentially too multifaceted. The witness seemed to answer the question by saying that the poor mental health outcomes were not widespread. So I refocused her attention, and the whole point of this is to get a clarification of her views. I may have just got them wrong right then.
Her initial response was, on what I know, it's not widespread, but I agree with the premise.
Yeah.
I suppose you're trying to identify the premise, eh?
Yes, but in effect, I was just giving the witness the opportunity to confirm that the premise to which she referred is widespread cultural and systemic problems, and then the rest of the answer is that the poor mental health is not widespread.
Well,
If that's correct, then that's all we want to know is what her opinion is.
this is very difficult because
There's a lot of leading of the witness going on at the moment.
and I don't want to do more of it
Yes.
in front of this witness. But there may be at cross purposes about which part of the question and answer are being focused on.
I think I'll let Mr. Singleton try to clarify it, and we'll see how we go at the moment.
I'll just put it one more time, Ms. Gregg, and you do your best with it and ask me for clarification if needed. Do you accept that the ADF has widespread cultural and systemic problems that have unnecessarily contributed to poor mental health in some of its members?
So there are cultural and systemic problems there have been in some areas of the ADF. I think of the risk factors. So people that have died by suicide, some have experienced unacceptable behaviour, some have been not supported by the organisation. So I think of it in terms of there are areas where there has been high unacceptable behaviour, other risk factors. So I hope I've clarified. There are areas where there are cultural problems that have contributed to poor mental health outcomes.
Is a key underpinning idea that has led to the creation of the new branch the proposition that the issues it is to address should have a whole of defence response? You've nodded, but just say yes if you wouldn't mind.
Yes.
Is another key idea that mental health, wellbeing and suicide prevention are not just a matter of reaction to illness, but are a matter of proactively fostering wellbeing and a good working environment through a multitude of measures.
Yes.
And a distinction has been recognised, has it not, on the one hand, between measures for proactively fostering general wellbeing and preventing unwellness, and on the other hand, responding medically and clinically to illness after it emerges.
Yes.
And this distinction has underpinned a conclusion, has it not, that Defence's general wellbeing and suicide prevention strategies, the proactive, preventive, general environmental issues, should be allocated to Defence People Group, leaving the treatment responsive type measures to the Joint Health Command.
Yes. One clarification. So People Group will provide the programs, frameworks for the purposes of defence, the ADF and the APS. Yes.
Well, insofar as there are frontline services and programs to be delivered to members as a part of the proactive wellbeing approach, do you anticipate the branch will be doing that, or will its role be more one of developing strategies that call upon the chain of command and maybe others to deliver those services? Or perhaps you envisage something else about who will
So
deliver the services.
there is more work and clarity needed there to determine who's delivering the programs. At the moment, it is spread, and these are the things we need to look at. The assurance role will definitely, and the continuous improvement role will definitely be there. In terms of program delivery, that is, I guess, yet to be determined. On the resources at the moment, clearly what we're doing is doing that organisational and functional look to ensure that we get this right.
You touched on the productivity report and some conversations you had in 2019. In your statement, you specifically refer, and this is on page 87 at paragraph 228 for those who wish to follow, you refer to conversations you had in October and November with the Commander Joint Health. That was Air Vice Marshal Tracy Smart at that time, is that right?
Yeah, yes.
Was Air Vice Marshal Smart the first person to raise with you the kind of thinking that has ultimately led to the creation of the new branch?
At the time, Mr. Singleton, David Morton, I also recall conversations with, but that we hadn't. They were early conversations. They didn't go so far as a new branch. I recall at the time it was the role of the Director General HPPA. There was work that was happening there with synergies with our Defence Community Organisation. There was also a lot of the survey work we were doing. So there was overlap, and I did have those discussions at the time.
But you've made it clear that a new branch wasn't just raised at this time, but the thought that there should be a distinction between proactive wellbeing and clinical response, that emerges around this time, and in part from talking to Air Vice Marshal Smart. Is that right?
It was I think my terminology at that point wasn't that developed. It was about wellness. It was about talking about wellness and the importance of well-being as being protective.
Insofar as you are aware, did the first explicit mention of the possibility of establishing a role such as the Director General of the new branch occur in communications between you and Rear Admiral Sharkey on or shortly before the 1st of March 2021?
Look, Mr. Singleton, I've tried as hard as I can to look at all the information I had. I can't categorically say that, but I believe it to be the case. So that's what I believe to be the case.
All right. And as best you can say, with the same qualification, it's at that time also that the idea of making the new role a one-star position was first mentioned.
I'm having trouble seeing that on I just need to recall the timeline.
We'll just show you that if we go to page 88 of the statement and 232, paragraph 232, this is a reference to an email you sent on the 1st of March confirming a conversation.
Yes.
And it refers to the merits of a one-star position.
Yes, that's correct.
Your best recollection is that this is probably the first mention of that approach, that level of staffing.
Look, we may have talked about it earlier than that, but that is my that's where I have in records my first documentation of that. I think we may have talked about it previously, but that's my documentation of it.
All right. If we just expand on the same page, 233 to 236, a little group of paragraphs, you mention here a DPG DVA workshop that and the subsequent endorsement of the Defence DVA aligned factors and a star plot meeting. Is it fair to say that these developments you mention are part of the broader context in which the new branch would emerge, but weren't steps specifically on the road to creating the new branch?
Yes, and it was what I was trying hard to explain a bit earlier, that we were pushing very hard to ensure that we had coherency with the Department of Veterans Affairs so that we could really start looking at the lifetime wellbeing, not just in data sharing, but as a way of understanding the important factors regarding lifetime wellbeing. And so that work, sorry.
I'm sorry. At 236, you mention a continuing JHC functional review. Are you referring there to a review of the functions of the JHC that was begun in 2021 by a private firm called Protivity?
Yes.
Protivity were informed, were they not, that Defence was considering the creation of a new branch in DPG that would focus on broader wellbeing and suicide prevention issues?
Look, I had conversations with Admiral Sharkey. I did not see the terms of reference or the tasking of what they were asked to undertake, but certainly we were having ongoing conversations around the importance of a dedicated branch.
And by the end of 2021, Protivity had identified several JHC functions that it could considered could sensibly be transferred to the DPG.
Yes, so I was provided the outcomes of that functional review, and I think one of the documents is a diagram that shows the areas in Joint Health Command that would be sensible to bring together in the constructs we've been talking about.
The diagram to which you just referred is a copy of which, or a version of which, was attached to the CDF decision brief that led to the new branch.
That's right. And, sorry, yes.
Now, and there are other documents that also identify functions that could be transferred, and like that document, staff numbers that would be transferred to go with those functions. Correct?
Yes.
And that at least goes back as far as December 2021, correct?
Yes.
And Protivity also drafted a position description for the new one-star position that would eventually lead the branch, did it not?
Yeah, well, I'm not 100% sure that they drafted it, but I know exactly the position description you're speaking of.
All right. If we look at page 88, paragraph 239, we will see that on the 18th of May 2022, you and the Joint Health Commander received an email with a draft CDF decision brief for the creation of the new Director-General position. Was the writing of that brief initiated by its author, whose name we've redacted, or was he tasked by someone else to write the brief? And if you don't know, you're certainly entitled to say, I don't know.
Look, I think, look, I'm trying really hard to think. Can you just give me a moment? Because there was an order of events, and I think that I did. What I can't recall, and I would need to check, is whether there was a draft that was drafted by Joint Health Command, and I asked the officer, ASWHS, to add to it, or I did task him, and I would need to check, Mr. Singleton. I just can't recall sitting here right now.
All right. Why was it considered that the new branch should sit in people services and not one of the other two divisions within DPG?
One of the factors being that work health and safety had been really doing significant work in terms of the lifetime wellbeing framework with DVA, and that this will give us the longitudinal view, including some of the data components that as the Royal Commission interim report noted, the suicide database doesn't have that demographic information, doesn't have the information to enable us to do more comprehensive analysis. So in our minds, the WHS and DSAS is the program of work using the lifetime wellbeing. So that was one factor. Another factor was the Australian Public Service mental health and wellbeing function was a responsibility of that branch as well. So the importance of trying to do things together. So they were the responsibilities of FAS People Services, the WHS branch.
Why did it take from the 1st of March 2021, that probable first mention of setting up a branch with a one-star leader, until May 2022 to get to an actual draft decision brief, which is only 4 pages long?
So a couple of reasons for that. So Joint Health Command had that work completed that you referenced. They did want to think it through further. So one example that the Admiral Sharkey did talk to me about is some of the occupational psychology area that does some of the pulse surveys and also some of the validation of ADF selection tests and so forth. So there was questions around that. The further consideration that Joint Health Command wanted to do, I respected. I also was mindful that they were under quite a lot of pressure staffing-wise and given the pandemic. But in hindsight, what I would like to say is I could have pushed harder. I chose not to for the reasons I've given. Meantime, People Group was certainly pushing ahead with all the things that I've tried to explain today, which I think are important in terms of really trying to ensure that as the branch is set up, that the lifetime wellbeing work and the DSAS work is as mature as it might be.
So one can understand that with the functional review going on in a way that would relate to what the new branch should do, that might be a reason it takes up some of the months in 2021. But given that it delivered its report in January and briefed everybody on the content in December, can you just perhaps focus on the period from January to May 2022 to explain why in that period it took 5 months nearly to produce a 4-page document that contained nothing new?
I can't add very much to what I've previously said, that Joint Health Command were keen to really look at this carefully and ensure, and, you know, the importance of getting this right in terms of preventing suicide, that they really wanted to ensure that this was the right path and some of the other functions. So I think one example being the ADF Centre for Mental Health. There are aspects of that organisation that we are now at a point that will come into the Mental Health and Wellbeing branch. There are other aspects that are more operational that will stay with Joint Health Command. But I can't account for all of that time other than the reasons that I've given.
All right. It seems to have been a struggle to get impetus behind setting up the branch. Would you agree with that?
I think the impetus for getting it right was there. I think the importance of it was there, and the combination of ensuring that this was the right pathway and getting it right is how I answer that question. Just the importance of getting it right.
I'll just ask.
And work kept going. So sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
You know, I'm very well placed to talk on all the work that kept going in People Group. I should add, in Joint Health Command, the work on prevention and the safe side work that has been implemented and things over that time. So I must emphasise that things kept going. It was with vigour, but that functional review was something that needed to be agreed and confirmed to really get the branch established.
And in the end, is it the case, and we'll get back to this perhaps later if we have time, but sometime about a week ago, a decision was made at DPG level, at the Defence People Committee, identifying the functions that would in fact be transferred?
Yes, and there's some next steps there in terms of we will ensure then that the branch is resourced not from just there, but from new ASL, new staffing, and any staffing from DPG, but also this will be brought together in terms of a Secretary and CDF directive to, properly, in a governance sense, establish the branch.
Yes, so there'll be some formalities and there'll be work to implement and so on. Just accepting that, but from Defence People Group's position, it has determined what its advice to the Secretary and the CDF will be, in that it last week, on the 18th of May, identified a list of functions that it was willing and recommending it should receive.
In terms of the Joint Health Command functions, yes, but there are other functions, and I think we talked about those earlier in the day. Yes. There are other functions. It is not just those functions. This is such an important lift up for this capability.
I understand. Just in terms of a transfer of existing functions from one group to another, DPG reached its final position on advice to go up on the 18th of May this year. Is that right?
Agreed, the resources for the functions, yes.
And the functions going across are all, if your advice is accepted, the functions identified last week are all ones that were suggested by Protivity in 2021.
Yes.
And they're all functions that were actually annexed to the CDF decision brief in June 2022 when he approved the creation of the branch.
Yes, I won't qualify it again. I think I'm just so eager to get across that there are other parts of this capability in terms of the whole preventative upstream role of the branch that are important as well.
Yes, and
that we're building.
And some of those functions are yet to be decided, correct?
Well, they're new. Some of these are new.
Yes, and we still have to wait to see what they will be.
Some of them, yes.
I might just see if it's technically possible to display privately to the witness and people in the room but not publicly a document? If it is, the document number is DEF 1053 0001 0256. Can you let us know, Ms. Gregg, if a document, it's an email chain, comes up on a screen before you? Should be here any moment. Just let us know when that appears.
We can see it, Mr. Singleton.
We can see it here in the room. Ms. Gregg, can you see the email chain?
No, I can't.
All right. Now, it's without revealing any of the bits that have been redacted, I'll indicate that we have in front of us the end of an email chain. The last email, apart from one that I think indicates that you've
Sorry,
sent
I
it.
thought this wasn't going to be publicly displayed, and it is.
I've just asked for it to be privately displayed. If it can't be, then we won't.
It was just up on the main screen. So if you could cut the feed, please.
Okay, so ordered.
And for whatever reason, it was up there, but not on my screen, or it appears whatever Ms. Gregg has.
It's no longer on the main screen, it's still on our screen.
That's right. It was taken
So
down.
is that suitable for you?
Well, except that I can't see it. So could I be as rude as to wander across and perhaps?
Sure.
Anyway, I'll just read the line to her. We don't need to display it. Ms. Gregg, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
So it looks like we can't actually show you, but there's an email dated the 26th.
I can see it now.
Oh, okay. Well, don't mention any of the names which have been blued out, because we've determined at this stage that they don't need to be public. But you'll see that your First Assistant Secretary receives an email from you on the 22nd of May in which you, in effect, commend him for good work. And in a few lines down you say this: "We have struggled to find space to get this moving. It's so important." What did you mean by struggling to find space? And in particular, what's the reference to space that is impeding you getting this branch set up?
So my main point is this is so important, and it was struggling to find the time, or not the time, the Joint Health Command work we acted on quite promptly, as you'll see from the timelines there. And really that was a line saying, you know, holistically, it's been hard to get this moving, but it is so important. That's all I think I was trying to say.
I thought it was fair to mention that you had said it was important and that you had thanked your First Assistant Secretary, but I'm really asking you about the struggle to find space. Let me be precise. Is space a matter of time for certain people? Is it a matter of literal office space? Is it a matter of something else? What was the problem to which you're referring?
Look, I think it speaks to what we've been discussing so far, that, you know, in hindsight, I should have pushed harder for the outcomes of the review. I can't add any more to that. My main point there is this is really important, and I certainly, from my own point of view, acted quite quickly in terms of then progressing the brief and moving to through the process of appointing, and it is a process when you appoint a starred rank officer.
Well,
yes.
Now, I appreciate it's difficult to go back to an email 1 year ago, but is not the best interpretation of this that you and your team struggled to find the time to give this project the attention that you thought it was really due?
I really have never felt that way, nor do I assess it that way.
But if
Space.
if it is not time, what is the space that you were struggling to find?
I think what I was talking about is the space to work through. Look, let me reflect, because this was a long time ago. I think it was about trying to work with Joint Health Command to move this forward.
Right, well, we'll let you reflect. You will be coming back. Did you at any time urge your staff to expedite this project and give it more priority than it was getting?
I did ensure that there were, well, not ensure, that there were regular meetings at the band one star level to converse in terms of the progress. As I've said previously, in hindsight, I should have pushed harder.
You've mentioned a few times the JHC. Were you getting pushback or resistance from the JHC about transferring functions to your group?
It was their carefulness, which I understood. Carefulness, as the technical authority for suicide prevention and suicide, I think a carefulness and ensuring that it was the right thing to do to address what is such a critical, sad problem for us. And I think it was just carefulness.
No one, I'm sure, will gainsay the propriety of being careful. But the very functions that last week your group decided it could receive and should receive had been identified in 2021 as appropriate for transfer. Why did it take from 2021 to 2023 for your group finally to decide, yes, we will receive these functions, assuming that decision is made?
Because the Joint Health Command functional activity, whilst it was attached to form the basis of the establishment of the one star, Joint Health Command felt they did want more time to ensure that this was the best path forward.
Well, that might explain why they didn't want to transfer the functions out of JHC, but I'm specifically asking about the receipt of the functions. You could have decided in January 2022 to say, we will receive these functions if JHC is willing to relinquish them, or if the CDF and Secretary decide they're coming across. You could have just said you're ready to receive them more than a year ago, but you didn't. I'm focused on the DPG's failure to make it clear it would receive these functions and could. Why has it taken until May 2023 to say you'll accept the functions?
I should have done what you suggested. I should have initiated that earlier, but that's not to say I chose to respect further consideration by Joint Health Command while we continued to push ahead with some of the work and the important reform that I've spoken of.
All right, so is it, I withdraw that, is it the case that Joint Health Command recently communicated to your group that they are indeed willing or support a transfer of functions, these functions that you adopted last week?
Yes.
And was that done in writing?
So there was, so I think in principle agreement was reached previously, but the resource agreement was in writing between First Assistant Secretary People Services and CJ Health.
When?
That was as recently as, look, I would say last week or the week, probably last week.
Was there any point in the process since December 2021 where DPG communicated to JHC or the Secretary of the CDF that it needed more resources than proposed by Protivity if it were to receive these functions?
DPG, myself, took the approach that by appointing the leader, the branch head, to do the analysis and look at what was needed given the landscape that we've discussed, that I would then go forward to seek more resources.
Well, to a very significant degree, what Protivity said about the matter we're now discussing was, we have identified particular existing functions being done by particular existing people, and we recommend that they be transferred. And they identified the number of people that would go with the functions. Have you at DPG and JHC now agreed upon the number of people to be transferred along with the functions?
Yes.
And is it a number that is greater than, less than, or equal to the number that Protivity identified a year and a half ago?
Mr. Singleton, I would need to look back at the having trouble saying the word, that report, to answer that question.
All right. Let's go to the decision brief of June. It's DEF 1152 0002 0041. What I anticipate you'll see, Ms. Gregg, is a document that begins with the decision brief signed by you and the the Commander of Joint Capabilities. There it is. And if we scroll quickly to the next page, and if we could, you'll see that this copy is actually signed by the Secretary and the CDF. You recognise this? That's a good start.
Yes, yes. Yes, I do.
If we scroll to 0045, a page that is, at paragraph 17, A and B, do we see here the two anticipated key initial tasks for the new Director General?
Yes.
The first of these is, and I quote, further refine and develop an implementation plan. That appears to refer to a plan that had already been somewhat refined, but needed further refinement. Who had developed the plan that needed further refinement?
So that would be I might, before, just in case I've got this wrong, so that would be the I'm really having trouble with the word. That would be the annex, the report, the provisity work.
Well, let's just, there's an annex. Let's just show you the whole document just to refresh your memory. If we go to the next page, there's the annex, which is a duty statement for the new position. And if we go another page or two on, we'll get to what's called the enclosure. And that is something we've mentioned before, the multicoloured, thank you. That's one of the documents produced by Protivity to summarise the recommended function transfer. Is that the one you meant to refer to just then?
Look, I believe that the plan, that's the transfer on a page, but from memory, there's other documents that go with that, but I would need to confirm.
Yes, so there are, you're correct, and I can assist you. There's at least a pocket brief, which is several pages long, and there's the Protivity report of January 2022, perhaps among others. So when you, in the decision brief at paragraph 17, refer to refining and developing an implementation plan, you're referring to the plan that this document on screen summarises. Is that right?
I believe so.
If we can go back to paragraph 17 on page 0045. We'll just get this up on the screen so you have the benefit. Sorry, I may have misspoken. If we can go, just forget about the statement for a moment. There's a document on screen which is multicoloured. That's the document we want. To assist, I'll read it out. It's DEF 1152 0002 0041. I'm just aiming to get back to paragraph 17, Ms Gregg, where what I described as the two initial key tasks for the Director-General were set out. One was to implement the plan. Just expand paragraph 17. That'll do. And you'll see at 17A, Ms Gregg, that the development of the implementation plan would include, quote, identification of an agreement for the transfer of roles and functions. What exactly is meant by the phrase identification of an agreement? Does that mean just to agree?
Yes, I believe so. Yes, yes.
All right. For a few months or longer, Protivity's recommendations on the roles and functions to be transferred and the resources had been documented, and we've been through that. By the 3rd of June 2022, the date of the decision brief when signed by you, had you been consulted on the question of transferring these functions?
I'd had discussions with the CJ Health. In terms of receiving the functional review alignment documents, I'd have to actually check what date I received them. Have I answered the question? I think I may have not quite got that question, Mr. Singleton.
I was just asking whether you'd been consulted prior to signing the brief on whether or not these functions should be transferred.
Yes.
Why was it not possible in the many months that passed not just to send up what was effectively a shell recommendation to the, I'll withdraw that, let me just summarise the position and you tell me whether it's correct. What the the CDF signed off on the 6th of June was to set up a branch which in effect would have the main function of working out what it should do in the long term and come back to him with a more precise, in effect, a draft charter for the branch in the long term. That's right, isn't it?
That's right, and it is taking longer than ideal, and that work is happening, and it will be with very positive outcomes for the ADF and Defence. And we are doing this carefully, judiciously, and, you know, in many ways, this is, you know, a very significant step forward that we will bring together, as I've talked today, and I won't labour it, but it's important to understand that the upstream preventative work that needs to be done is critical, and we need to get it right. And there is work, as I've said, still occurring. And I think that what we're about to see as we build the branch is a very significant step forward.
Do you
It's taken
accept?
It's taken longer than I understand your questions, and I do agree it's taken longer than it could have or should have.
Do you accept that in many large organisations, and indeed small ones, when a decision is being made to set up a new team to do something, the more senior management works out what the team is for, what it's going to do, and what resources it's going to have, and makes that decision from the beginning? Do you accept that that's a very common way of setting up a new branch?
It's a way, and in this case, we wanted the leader to take the role and, in a way, make change. I think part of the system in Defence is, unless you've got an accountable person looking at the reform questions, you can go round in circles in a complex organisation. So there are different models of doing this. I certainly see that having the leader in place is a way you can create change in a complex organisation, and the right leader.
All right. Now, the next next step, or a step yet to come, will be a joint directive from the Secretary and the CDF to, in effect, establish the branch again with stated long-term functions. Is that right?
Yes, and also the accountabilities of its accountabilities and the accountabilities of other officers that are relevant to delivering the function.
I'll ask the operator to display DEF 1167 0004 0114. Here we are, Ms. Gregg. Is this an example of a joint directive that sets up a team? I use that with a small t. Sets up a new team or body within the Defence establishment?
A task force, yes.
Well, this was a task force, and this was at a two-star led level, but it is the kind of joint directive to which you are aiming with your team when establishing the branch in a more formal setting.
Mr. Singleton, can I comment that a task force, when you set it up, is for a finite period to achieve something.
Sure, but
we need an enduring function.
No.
So
I'm just asking about the type of document. We saw one of these for the Joint Transition Authority. It looked pretty much the same as this. This is an example of a joint directive that sets something up, is it not?
Yes, correct.
Right. you can see at the beginning the foundational reference, it's paragraph A of this document, was the joint ministerial announcement that a Royal Commission was coming. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if we scroll through the document down to page 0122, we can see the execution of the document by way of signatures of the Secretary and the Chief of the Defence Force on the 8th of July. Do you see that?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Now, that was the same day that the Governor-General established this Royal Commission, so it seems likely that this document was ready in advance and just waiting for the Governor-General's move. Do you happen to know how long it took to prepare this document?
No, I don't, but I could guess, but no, I don't.
It certainly seems that within 2.5 months, Defence was able to design a task force, including setting out its functions, determining what staff it would have and from where they would come. It would be correct, would it not, to conclude that the task of establishing the Royal Commission Response Task Force was conducted with more focus, more vigour and more speed than the task of establishing the Mental Health and Wellbeing Branch?
Well, I object to that. That assumes that the two tasks are identical and the evidence of the witness is that they are not.
I'll rephrase that a little bit.
Yes, I think the evidence does support the objection.
It is the case, is it not, Ms Gregg, that the establishing of the Response Task Force was conducted with more focus, more vigour and more speed than the task of establishing the Mental Health and Wellbeing Branch?
I object. It's the same question put a different way and has the same problem.
No, it's a different question and it overcomes the objection. The objection was, it seems, I'm now putting a direct conclusion to the witness. She can agree or disagree, but it assumes nothing.
Yes, I'll allow the question.
So the directive for an enduring important function, so enduring with the depth and the complexity and that I've explained previously, we wouldn't hurry a directive, but I again take your point absolutely, Mr. Singleton, that we have taken a long time. In terms of the directive, we need to get this right with the multitude of areas that must positively contribute to what we are trying to achieve.
Well, let's break up to address an objection that wasn't taken but could have been. It was definitely done with more speed, wasn't it?
The forming of the directive.
The writing of the document on screen and the substance of setting up the task force were both done with greater speed than the establishing of the Wellbeing Branch, correct?
Yes, and you've heard my explanation previously that very different institutions, entities, but I am agreeing with you that it has taken longer than it should have, and I am absolutely positive about where we are going now. The mental health and wellbeing strategy with DVA and Defence, the work is happening as we are building the branch, and it will be from this wider lens that we've discussed today, all with the aim of supporting our people, but both with that wellness lens and with a focus on preventative measures in regard to suicide.
Is there not at least a good argument for saying that dealing with the actual issue of wellbeing, mental health and suicide prevention is at least as important as responding to an inquiry into essentially that very same issue?
Yes.
Yet we find that the response task force is to be led by a 2-star and is being led by a 2-star officer compared with a 1-star officer for the Wellbeing Branch, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree that actual decisions on actual resource allocations are one good indicator of the actual priorities of an organisation.
Look, Mr. Singleton, I really don't want to give the impression that the branch and the importance of this capability rests on the small numbers to date. The correlation isn't there. The correlation is about building this in the best possible way, and that is what's occurring. So I understand what you're putting to me, and I do want to reinforce that all the work that's currently occurring, and I see that ultimately this will be a large and significant capability drawing on other areas, which I think I've talked on previously, but the resources are being built as we best define and develop what needs to occur.
Now, to make it clear, I'm not impugning the commitment of you or your team, because you're the ones who perhaps haven't got the resources that should be committed. But what I do suggest is that it is woefully inadequate, that the new branch is not going to be fully mature until 2025. Do you agree?
So our ambition is great. What I really want to reassure the Royal Commission of is that we will deliver the Defence Mental Health and Wellbeing Strategy with DVA in a way that I see will have a wider lens, and the evaluation piece that we haven't touched on today, we have got to get that baseline right. I see that with the data and everything we've been doing to improve the baseline that we need, that we will deliver that strategy in a way with an evaluation and continuous improvement lens that would not have occurred potentially previously. So I really want to reassure that work is happening, that the branch will also deliver, and I think we discussed previously, aspects of assurance and bringing coherency to the system. In terms of some of the build, the things that are new, and I think this is new for us in bringing together how we approach some of the protective factors and the risk factors, yes, that is to 2025, but I really want to reassure the commissioners and yourself that that work is happening.
Commissioners, as I said, the witness will be coming back later. We do have a definite need to finish in half an hour, but I yield to you three.
Thank you, Mr. Singleton. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you. I just wanted to, understand a little bit better. I have heard, Ms. Gregg, the chronology, I guess, that you have set out and the impact of both the Productivity Commission report and the Interim National Commissioner's report. And you just said that you wanted to assure us that this work that's occurring with the wider lens and the evaluation, continuous improvement, that would not have occurred previously. I guess I'm kind of sitting here struggling to understand why it would not have occurred previously. I just was having a quick look online. There was a Senate inquiry in 2016 looking at the mental health of ADF serving personnel. There was a National Mental Health Commission report in March 2017 looking at suicide and suicide prevention services for ADF serving and ex-serving. There was a Senate inquiry into the suicide of veterans and ex-service personnel in August 2017. So, and we could go back further.
Yeah.
I'm kind of, you said it's a critically sad problem for us it's undoubtedly more critical and more sad for the families of those impacted. And I think Mr. Singleton's kind of been setting out the hasten slowly kind of approach that we're seeing. And, you know, we hear that where we are now today, full implementation in 2025, you can't hurry it because it's enduring. But the problem of suicide has a very enduring impact whilst we're hastening slowly. I guess that's not really a question. I'm just trying to understand exactly how much priority this has had up until the last 12 months.
I might start, Commissioner, by just clarifying, perhaps my language wasn't as good as it could have been. All those inquiries, yes, we haven't done nearly enough. My comment on some of the work that has occurred is really about the lifetime wellbeing framework and the data that we are now building with DVA. Most recently, a pilot to look at how we could really utilise the DVA data in looking at through the lens of transition. So I'm just saying that my language probably wasn't very good. What I'm getting at is that work has progressed, and I do see that as a good step forward. The approach in our complex organisation, where we've had, as I explained earlier, pockets really focused doing good things in terms of support to families, doing things in terms of recruitment and retention, really trying to look more through a mental health lens in terms of our policy development, but it isn't focused. It isn't systematised, and that's what we're really trying to do. If I can do this quicker with the branch head and others with the expertise that we need, I would like to do that.
I guess I hear what you're saying. I think in part it's that there's a kind of different way of looking at it in the last 12 to 24 months. I'm just struggling to really understand why that couldn't have been, that kind of systematic, broader approach couldn't have been taken earlier. And perhaps you can't answer that, I don't know. But, you know, the cynical person might say that it's because there is a Royal Commission now that there is this slightly broader approach. And if that's so, that's perhaps a good thing. But I guess I would just want to be reassured that beyond this Royal Commission, the focus will continue. And again, I'm not sure you can answer that. But can I just ask one last question? You talked about the need for an accountable person. I think that's the Director General, the Mental Health Wellbeing Branch. What exactly will they be held accountable for? Do you have a sense of that at this point in time?
Yes, as providing providing the assurance over this mental health and wellbeing and suicide prevention work, accountable as the Defence co-lead with DVA for the development. It doesn't mean the approval, but the development of the Defence and DVA mental health and wellbeing strategy. And ultimately, as we start looking at the wellbeing approach, we are looking. It's not a static. It's a static thing. So as we look more widely, at that continuous improvement. So how do we bring spirituality? And, you know, there are elements of the moral injury work that I know you're very interested in. How does that work in a wellbeing framework? So it's the continuous improvement in the wellbeing mental health area. It's the assurance and the coherency for the organisation. And that integration at times happens, but it happens not in a systemised way. So I can talk from my own experience in preparing and providing information to the Interim National Commissioner, for example. A lot of that was integrated at a really senior level because the integration wasn't happening lower down or always happening. So it is that integration function, and it speaks to the fusing that we talked about earlier, that at the moment there is no one place that's fusing the information, and the assurance report that we talked about is one example. It's a very critical example, but there are other examples as well, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. I'll leave my questions there.
Thank you, Commissioner Douglas.
There is some evidence from Brigadier Langford about a hope for the development of a branch implementation plan in a finalised form by the end of October 2023. Are you familiar with that as a proposed completion date or finalisation date?
Yes, but it needs to be sooner, Commissioner. So let me explain. We have an implementation plan concept, and I think those documents you may have seen. It is an implementation plan concept. However, if we are going to stick to our deadline, and we will, of a Secretary and CDF directive in October of this year, that implementation plan needs to be finalised before that. But, you know, I'm working, as is the First Assistant Secretary, with Brigadier Langford on those deliverables and timelines.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gregg. I just have one question. If I could take the question that Commissioner Brown asked you a little bit earlier, just to clarify. Did you have in mind, or can you say, are there key performance indicators or measures of success for the position? How do you know, once it's established and up and running, whether it's working or not? What do you plan to do about that? So
the baseline, Commissioner, for the mental health and wellbeing strategy, we will have a baseline. So what does the health and wellbeing of the ADF and Defence look like at the beginning of 2024? And that's how we will be measuring against the strategy. So that is my vision of the key performance indicators for this role. It's having that baseline in place and then monitoring and providing that feedback loop as to how we progress.
So this baseline, has it been developed? Do you know what it? Can you just tell me what it is? Forgive my ignorance. What is it?
So there's two things I'd like to share. So the continuous improvement framework that is being used on the current strategy, it has noted that there have been issues with how you measure. It's really difficult. It's difficult to measure. So what we are working through, and it's largely but not entirely through the Work Health and Safety branch and the Protected Lifetime Wellbeing Framework, have what metrics we can in place at the beginning of 2024 to understand what at a broad level, what the health and wellbeing of the ADF and Defence is as the starting point.
Commissioner Brown has one more question, I think.
Sorry, I just listening to that, and I appreciate the challenge involved in this space, but I'm also very conscious that the name of this branch changed from what was initially agreed, I think was resilience, mental health and suicide prevention, and now mental health and wellbeing. And you're talking about measures of mental health and wellbeing. I'm just wondering where suicide actually is going to come into that. Are there going to be some measures? And I absolutely appreciate that counting the number of suicides is not necessarily the best measure, but I just want to be assured that we are not losing the suicide and suicide prevention element when we start to talk about mental health and wellbeing.
We're not, and I mean, my statement actually notes that going forward, it may be mental health and wellbeing and suicide prevention's the right name. The name change was about broadening because the original name was quite specific in terms of suicide awareness. What we're trying to do, as we've discussed, is it's upstream activities. But no, Commissioner, we have not lost sight of the need to improve the understanding and metrics on suicide prevention. It is complex and suicide. And I think I referenced earlier today that in the interim report, you did note that the suicide database is confined. And what we are trying to do is get a longitudinal view of the person so that there is that longitudinal view at different career points. Hence the trial at the moment looking at the point of transition using that data. It's early days, but I want to reassure you that mental health and wellbeing and suicide prevention.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fordham. Any questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fraser. Any questions? No worries. Mr. Singleton, any matters arising?
There are a few matters arising, all to be done within time. Firstly, I'll just ask the operator to bring up a document, DEF 1152 0002 0154. Ms. Gregg, I'm going to ask you about the preparation of the joint directive that will eventually be submitted for the Secretary and the CDF to consider. Is there a draft in place, in existence now?
I haven't seen a draft.
And is it the case that you do not know of one being in existence? If there is one, you don't know about it?
Correct. Can I just clarify that at the update to the People Committee this week, we mentioned the draft directive. I have been preparing for this Royal Commission and I haven't seen the draft directive.
If you look at this document on screen, which is stamped draft, but do you recognise that this is what's called a placemat, which is in effect a summary of an implementation plan that was prepared. This document was prepared in about February this year, outlining how the branch would be put together, in short. Have you seen this one before?
Yes.
If you look at the legend in the bottom right, you'll see star has a high value, and there's above it key docs or key documents are things within a dotted yellow line. Just bearing that legend in mind, if we go back to the main document, one can see about a third of the way down in the key activities section for April and May, it appears that drafting a joint directive to establish the branch was a key activity or high value activity in a key document. It was, according to the plan prepared in February, due to be completed around about now. And in case it matters, I'll just draw your attention to the fact that further to the right, there is another solid yellow box at the same level. It's further right than that. And we can see, it's got a star, it says distribute mature draft. I don't know whether the mature draft is the draft joint directive or not. But my question is, has something interrupted the progress of the joint directive to make it apparently be behind schedule if it's not in existence yet?
I think Brigadier...
So I object to this. Can I clarify?
Sorry.
I'm looking at the legend at the bottom of the screen. I'm not sure what my friend's referring to in particular, but there are dates along the bottom. And the last box he took the witness to was October.
Well, that's very kind. My friend is correct. And if one looks at the dates at the bottom, the drafting of the joint directive to establish the branch was due in draft by the end of May. It was going to happen in April and May. We're pretty close to the end of May. The witness is not aware of it existing yet. I've drawn her attention to the reference to a mature draft. I don't know whether it's the same document or a different one, but it might be. That's why I drew attention to it. My question is whether there has been a delay in the drafting of a joint directive.
I'll allow the question. It does seem to me that the
Yeah, sorry.
related to the period of April, May, and even though the timeline does go up to October, we're discussing what may lead up to the expectation of what's happened by October. So I'll allow it.
So I have talked to Brigadier Langford about various things, and some of her preparation for the Royal Commission, has been a large undertaking. However, there are other people to be drafting the directive. I haven't seen it yet, Mr. Singleton, but given I haven't seen it yet, it would suggest that it may not be ready by the end of May.
Turning to another of the topics mentioned by the commissioners, the mental health and wellbeing strategy. There's a new one being prepared. Has a part of that process been to do some kind of a review of the success of the 2018 to 2023 strategy?
So the continuous improvement framework is part of assessing the learnings, evaluation of the previous strategy. So in our agreement most recently, Joint Health Command will finalise or continue that evaluation of the current strategy, whereas People Group will be responsible or are responsible for the evaluation and performance of the one going forward. So I'll stop there.
You were asked questions about the change of name of the branch, which occurred after the CDF had signed off on a name. Who decided to change the name?
So the name change was to reflect a broader, I won't give you the reasons. So CDF did say to me he thought it was a very long title and very difficult, and given conversations that we had, he, around all the things that I've shared today about the broader capability, he said go and work on a different name. So I did ask for the input of others, FAS People Services, Admiral Sharkey, in terms of broader words.
And you
to encapsulate what we've talked about.
Yes, you personally think consideration should be given to restoring suicide prevention to the name, don't you?
Yes, I say that in my statement because as I see the branch forming, I think when we get to a point of greater maturity, I do support that, yes.
Finally, for me today, in the process, after the CDF signed off on the decision brief of June 2022 with an annexed position description, someone deleted from the position description the essential criterion, tertiary qualifications in public health, occupational health, applied epidemiology or related health fields. Do you know why that criterion was dropped from the position description?
I do. we wanted to ensure that the broadest candidate pool, given the other descriptions in the role, and not narrow it. Now, interestingly, in terms of how the STAR planning process works, is the service chiefs nominate candidates. So I was very keen that we broadened it, because there is always the opportunity to bring that sort of expertise in. Whereas I didn't want to narrow the pool without, unnecessarily is the wrong word. I didn't want to narrow the pool, because you can bring that expertise in.
Did that system of the service chiefs nominating somebody for the position, do they typically just nominate one person per service arm?
Yes.
And in this case, only two of the arms nominated, Army and another arm, correct?
Can I go back one step? Initially, there was only one nominated from memory, but yes, you are correct.
Ultimately.
And I asked for further nominations from memory.
It'd be fair to say not a very broad pool. I'm not critical of either of the candidates, but not a broad pool at all, was it?
Correct.
That's my matters arising, and there's still 5 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Singleton. If there are no other matters, we'll adjourn till 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Might the witness be excused?
All good.
Might the
Were there
witness
other
be-
issues?
Just to excuse the witness from attendance today until next time.
Your excuse from your summons to appear today, Ms. Grigg. Thank you for your evidence, and we will meet again, I think. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you.
We'll adjourn till 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is adjourned to Wednesday, 24 May at 9 a.m.